Welcome, my dear family. Before we begin our spooky journey tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with anyone who enjoys bedtime scares. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me up a bit on YouTube. Now, relax, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's story. By that point in the trip, I'd already been on the road long enough for every gas station to start looking like the same place. Same faded drink coolers humming against the back wall. Same stale coffee sitting too long on a burner. Same racks of beef jerky, road maps nobody bought anymore, headache medicine, phone chargers, windshield wipes, and those sad plastic bins of pre-packaged sandwiches that always looked damp somehow. I'd been visiting relatives across the upper Midwest for a few days, doing the family circuit I'd put off for too long. An aunt outside Sioux Falls, a cousin near Rochester, one overnight stop with an older uncle who still kept his thermostat set like it was 1987, and talked at full volume over cable news. It wasn't a bad trip, just a long one. I'd planned it the practical way. 4, maybe 5 hours of driving a day. Stop before I got too tired. Don't try to be a hero and push through 8 or 9 hours just because I wanted my own bed faster.
I've never been the kind of person who thinks common sense makes you weak. If anything, I've always trusted people less when they brag about not needing sleep or not being scared of anything. Most bad situations start with somebody deciding the rules don't apply to them. That's not me. I'm careful. Not paranoid, not helpless, just careful. I keep my phone charged. I check the locks when I stay somewhere unfamiliar. I don't post where I am in real time. If I get a bad feeling about a place, I leave. I've done solo travel before, enough times that I know the difference between being nervous because a place is unfamiliar and being nervous because something is actually off. At least, I thought I did. The day I booked the cabin had already been dragging by the time the sun started to go down. I'd left my cousin's place just after lunch. Later than I meant to because his wife insisted on making sandwiches for the road and then spent 20 extra minutes wrapping cookies in foil like I was heading into combat instead of driving south. By 3 in the afternoon, I was already feeling that flat, stretched out highway fatigue that settles behind your eyes first. Not sleepiness exactly, more like your body starting to resent the shape of the day. My shoulders were stiff from holding the wheel. My eyes felt dry from hours of windshield glare, and that pale winter light that never seems warm, no matter how bright it is. I had one of those low headaches that comes from too much caffeine and not enough actual water. The kind that sits right behind the bridge of your nose and makes every thought feel slightly more irritating than it should. I remember stopping somewhere off a long stretch of highway at one of those giant travel centers designed to make you feel like civilization still existed. Not an actual Buc-ee's, but the same kind of place. Too many pumps, spotless bathrooms, racks of branded sweatshirts, novelty candy, people herding kids past shelves of chips and trucker gadgets, and ceramic mugs with corny sayings on them. I bought a coffee I didn't need, a bottle of water I should have finished sooner, and one of those little packs of peanut butter crackers that taste like drywall no matter what brand they are. I stood at the counter behind a guy buying dip, 2 hot dogs, and diesel gloves, and for a minute, I had that strange road trip feeling where your real life seems very far away and everyone around you feels temporary. Back in the car, I tossed the coffee into the cup holder, set my phone on the charging cable, and watched the battery crawl up one miserable percentage point at a time. That battery had become a whole side plot of the day. The charging port in my car had been acting loose for months, one of those small annoyances I kept meaning to get fixed and never did. So every time I hit a rough patch of road, the connection would cut, and I'd glance down to see the charging icon disappear again. That kind of thing gets under your skin after hours. You start doing irrational math in your head. If I lose GPS, how far to the next town? If my phone dies, can I still pull up the booking confirmation? If I get stranded somewhere, who even knows exactly where I am right now? I had a highway podcast playing low for a while. Some true crime thing I eventually turned off because the host's voice got on my nerves. Then I cycled through weak country stations, old rock, static, a preacher talking about judgment, more static, then silence. Out there, once the towns got farther apart, the radio started thinning out, like the world itself was doing the same. That was the part of the country I'd always found unsettling, in a way I couldn't explain to people who hadn't driven through it alone. It wasn't dramatic scenery. No mountains dropping into valleys, no ocean, no desert. Just mile after mile of flat land, dark fields, bare trees in the distance, barns that looked abandoned even when they probably weren't, and roads running so straight they almost seemed theoretical. In late fall, maybe early winter, depending on how you counted it, everything looked like it was waiting for something. The harvested fields were dull and colorless. The ditches held old brown grass bent down by frost. Here and there, you'd pass a farmhouse with one yellow window lit and nothing around it for what felt like forever. As evening got closer, I started looking for somewhere to stay. At first, I did what I usually do, searched motels near my route and grimaced at all of them. There were the standard interstate places, with names that had changed ownership too many times. The kind with harsh parking lot lights and faded exterior corridors, and reviews that were either perfect for one night or found hair in the sink and someone screaming outside at 2 a.m. There was one with decent ratings, but a price high enough to annoy me, considering all I needed was a bed and a door that locked. There was another one, cheaper, but the photos showed exactly what I try to avoid. Burn marks on the furniture, patterned bedspreads trying to hide age, walls thin enough that the review section might as well have included transcripts of strangers fighting through the night. I'm not precious. I don't need luxury. But there's a difference between practical and miserable. So I widened the map a little and started checking short-term rentals. I was parked in a grocery store lot by then, engine idling, phone still plugged in. One hand on the wheel while I scrolled with the other. There were a few options too far off my route to justify. One little guest house behind someone's main home. One converted basement apartment that looked fine but had a weird number of decorative crosses in every room. Then I found the cabin. It was only about 2 hours ahead, close enough to my route that it wouldn't add much to the drive. The price was lower than I expected. The reviews were solid, not glowing in that suspicious, too polished way, just normal comments. Clean, quiet, easy check-in, good for one night, cozy. Cozy was the word that kept coming up. I clicked through the photos. Small wood frame cabin, gravel driveway, pine trees out front, renovated kitchen, simple bedroom, neutral throw blankets arranged just a little too neatly. It looked like the kind of place someone bought cheap,
fixed up fast and listed online with all the right buzzwords. There was a keypad for self-check-in, which I liked. No awkward host interaction. No waiting for anybody to meet me.
No front desk. Just arrive, enter code, sleep, leave. There was one line in the description I remember because it sounded like something copied from every rural rental listing in America. Perfect for disconnecting. At the time, that sounded fine to me. I was tired enough that disconnecting translated to nobody bothering me. Still, I did what I always do. I checked the reviews again, scanned for patterns, looked at the dates, looked at the worst ratings first. Most complaints were minor. Spotty Wi-Fi, driveway a little rough in bad weather. One person said the place felt more isolated than expected, but they still gave it 4 stars, so I ignored it. Then I went back to the photos one more time. That was when I noticed the first tiny thing that bothered me. Not enough to matter, not enough that I even could have explained it well if someone had asked, just a feeling. The front of the cabin looked too dark in the daylight photos. Not underexposed exactly, just wrong somehow. Like the porch swallowed more light than it should have. The row of pine trees along the driveway looked oddly even, too perfectly spaced to feel natural. In one of the exterior shots, the photo angle was low, almost at knee height, as if whoever took it had been standing downhill or crouching slightly, without meaning to. I remember pausing there for a second, zooming in a little, then feeling stupid for doing it. One of the bedroom photos gave me the same weird pause. The room itself looked ordinary enough, bed against the wall, small lamp, cheap framed print above the headboard. But in the far edge of the window glass there was a sliver of reflection from somewhere else in the room, and for half a second it made me think there was someone standing just out of frame. I zoomed in. There wasn't. Of course there wasn't. It was probably just the dark line of a lamp or the photographer's shoulder cut weird by the angle and glare. I'd been driving too long. I was looking at vacation rental photos in a parking lot with low phone battery and a headache. That was all. So I booked it. I remember feeling relieved the second the confirmation email came through, like I'd solved something, like the rest of the night had snapped into place. 2 more hours. Shower, sleep, leave early. Easy. I grabbed a burger and fries from a drive-thru near the edge of town and got back on the road while there was still some color left in the sky. The farther I drove, the emptier everything got. Gas stations became rarer, traffic thinned. The sky lost its last streaks of orange and went to that cold, colorless blue that lasts about 10 minutes before true dark sets in. The fields on either side of the road flattened into shadow. Here and there I passed a mailbox, a side road, a stand of bare trees, a farmhouse set so far back it looked unreal. Even the radio gave up eventually. I checked the booking one more time at a stop sign where the highway narrowed. Same photos, same code, same description. Cozy, quiet, perfect for disconnecting. I told myself again that I was overthinking it, that I was tired and reading too much into a place I'd only be in for one night, that the hard part of the trip was over now. I'd found somewhere decent, cheap, and private, somewhere better than a motel with cigarette burns, paper-thin walls, and drunk strangers knocking in the wrong direction at midnight. I turned off the highway and followed my GPS into the dark, honestly believing I'd made the smart choice. The turn-off didn't look like much. If I hadn't had the GPS open and the booking confirmation pulled up in my email,
I probably would have driven right past it. The highway narrowed. The shoulder broke down into scrubby grass and gravel, and there was a road sign so worn out by weather it reflected almost nothing back at my headlights.
The road itself was little more than a pale strip cutting off into darkness, just wide enough for two vehicles to pass if both drivers were careful and one of them didn't mind dipping a tire into the ditch. I remember slowing almost too much before I turned, not because I was scared yet, just because I was tired, and everything outside the windshield had started to look flatter and farther away than it really was. The second my tires left the pavement and hit gravel, the sound inside the car changed. It got louder than it should have. Not just the normal crunch of a country road under tires. This was sharper, almost hollow somehow, like I was driving over a layer of dry bones instead of stone. Maybe that sounds dramatic now, looking back on it, but at the time I only registered it as one more thing that didn't match the mood I'd talked myself into. I'd expected the final stretch of the drive to feel like relief. I'd pictured myself turning off the highway, coasting down a quiet road, checking in, locking the door behind me, and finally letting my body unclench. Instead, the road sounded hostile. The gravel spat hard against the underside of the car. The noise seemed to follow me up into the dark ahead, bouncing weirdly off the tree line and coming back thinner. I lowered my speed and glanced down at the phone mounted near the dash. The blue route line was still there, but the GPS stuttered once, froze, and then tried to recalculate, as if I'd missed the turn I was already on. "Come on," I muttered, tapping the screen with one finger. For a second it wanted to spin me around and send me back toward the highway. Then it corrected itself and snapped the line back into place, showing me a few more miles down the same road. That tiny glitch shouldn't have mattered. Phone signal had already been weak for a while. Maps always got stupid out in the middle of nowhere. Still, it annoyed me more than it should have. I kept driving. The farther I went, the less the road felt connected to anything. There were no mailboxes after the first quarter mile, no porch lights far back from the road, no barns with security lamps burning over a side door, no barking dogs, no headlights passing in the opposite direction, no hint that anyone else lived anywhere nearby. It was just my car, my own headlights, and darkness pressing at the edges of the beams. The land out there wasn't dramatic enough to be beautiful at night. That was part of what made it unsettling. If it had been mountain country, or deep forest, or someplace already famous for being remote, maybe I would have expected the isolation. But this was flatter land, open in stretches, with bare-limbed trees gathered in clumps, and long black fields running off into nothing. The kind of place that, in daylight, probably looked ordinary enough. At night, it felt emptied out. The road bent once, then straightened, and the trees began. At first, I only saw the first 2 or 3 in the headlights. Then the rest revealed themselves all at once, and I felt something in me tighten before I could tell myself not to. They were pines, tall and dark and planted in 2 clean lines on either side of a narrower gravel drive branching off the road. Not wild growth, not scattered, planted, deliberate. The trunks rose straight up, evenly spaced, identical in the way things only become identical when somebody measures them. My headlights slid between them and made a corridor of pale gravel and black verticals. It looked like an entrance, not the welcoming kind,
Not the kind with lanterns and a nice sign and a little charm. More like the kind of approach that tells you, without saying it, that once you drive in, the rest of the world falls away behind you. I turned in anyway.
The pines closed around the car immediately, their lower branches dark and dense enough to swallow the edges of my headlights. The gravel here was finer, packed harder, and the tires made a lower, rougher sound. The smell changed too, even through the vents. Less dry roadside dust, more wet bark and cold earth. Something old and damp, living under the first edge of winter. The driveway wasn't very long, but it felt longer because the trees made it impossible to see anything beyond the next stretch. I kept waiting for the cabin to appear, and it didn't. Not right away. For a few seconds it was just that corridor and my headlights reaching forward into it. Then the cabin stepped into view at the end, like it had been waiting just outside the beam. It wasn't large, smaller maybe than I'd expected from the photos. The front porch sat low and narrow, with a single set of steps and a roofline that sloped a little more than it looked like it should have. There was no exterior light left on for me. No warm glow in a front window. Just the shape of the place, caught in my headlights. All gray-brown siding and dark glass. I rolled to a stop and left the engine running for a moment. No other cars. No motion anywhere around the property. No neighboring house visible through the trees. No sound except my own engine ticking in the cold and the fan pushing air through the vents. It occurred to me then, in a very quiet way, that I hadn't seen a single sign of another person since turning off the highway. Not a lit farmhouse window, not a truck parked at the edge of a field, not even some distant yard light burning by habit. It wasn't that the place felt abandoned exactly. It felt withheld. I turned off the engine. The silence after that was so sudden it almost seemed staged. Not total silence. There was a faint whisper high in the trees where wind was moving through the upper branches, somewhere farther out. Maybe down in the dark beyond the pines. I thought I heard water or leaves shifting over one another, but there was none of the usual background of human life. No interstate hum buried in the distance, no dog losing its mind at nothing, no television leaking out from a farmhouse, no distant train. Just the kind of silence that made every movement you made feel like an intrusion. I grabbed my bag from the passenger seat, stepped out, and the cold hit harder than I expected. It wasn't brutal cold, not yet. Just that damp late fall kind that slips through your clothes before you notice it and settles against your skin. The air smelled of old soil, wet needles, and wood that had been cold all day. I stood there for a second with the car door open, listening without realizing I was doing it. That was when I heard the metallic sound, just once. A quick, faint tick from somewhere off among the trees. Not loud enough to place exactly, not natural enough to ignore completely. It sounded like a bit of wire striking wood or metal tapping lightly against a fence post. Small, clean, out of place. I turned my head toward it and waited. Nothing repeated. I told myself it could have been anything. A branch shifting against an old hook, a loose piece of hardware on the cabin cooling down, something in the undercarriage of my own car. The kind of noise that means nothing until later,
when your brain starts sorting through the night for warnings it missed. At the time, I just took a breath, shut the car door, and walked up to the porch. Up close, the cabin looked older than the listing had admitted. Not condemned, not collapsing, just older, in the way a place gets when it's been maintained by patchwork and appearances instead of real repair. The porch rail on one side had a subtle warp to it, enough that I noticed the line wasn't true when I stepped onto the boards.
One section of the roof had newer shingles that didn't match the rest. Near the front window, there was a hairline split in the trim where the wood had pulled apart and been painted over instead of replaced. Beside the door hung an old iron hook screwed into the siding, empty now, but rusty enough to show something had been hung there for a long time before. I entered the keypad code from the email. For 1 second, nothing happened. Then the lock clicked. That sound did make me feel better, something about a mechanism working the way it was supposed to, something modern and dependable in the middle of all that dark, quiet wood. I turned the handle and pushed the door open. Warm air met me first, carrying the bright smell of cleaning products. For half a second, I felt almost foolish for how tense I'd let myself get. The inside was lit, neat, and clearly set up for guests. Fresh paint in a soft, neutral color. Laminate counters pretending to be stone. A small love seat with decorative throw pillows no one would actually lean against. A generic landscape print on the wall. A rug near the door with one corner curling slightly upward. It was the same place from the pictures, only smaller in person and a little less convincing. That was the thing. Inside, it looked renovated. Not restored, there's a difference. Restored places feel solid beneath the fresh surface. Renovated places, done for quick rental photos, have a different feel. The visible parts are clean and bright, but underneath it all you can still sense the age, like a trapped draft. This cabin had that feeling immediately. New paint over old walls, new fixtures attached to older bones. The light fixtures were new, but the floor still dipped faintly near the center of the room. The counters were recent, but the window trim had tiny old nail marks under the paint. Even the warmth in the air didn't reach everywhere evenly. I stepped inside and shut the door behind me. The bleach-clean smell was strongest at first, along with detergent and one of those fake, neutral air fresheners meant to smell like linen. But under all of that, underneath it, in a lower register, was something else. Damp rot. Not fresh. Not strong enough to make me step back. Just a stale, trapped smell, like wet wood that had dried wrong years ago and never fully let go of it. If you've ever been in an old basement after somebody tries to fix the smell by burning a candle, it was like that. Covered, but not gone. I set my bag down near the small table and did what I always do in unfamiliar places, almost automatically. I checked the lock first. Solid enough from the inside, deadbolt turned, handle secure. Then windows. The front one by the love seat, locked. The small side window over the kitchen sink, locked. Bathroom window, tiny, frosted, painted shut or close to it. Bedroom window, locked. Closet, empty except for a few extra hangers and a folded blanket on the top shelf. Bathroom shower curtain, clear. Under the bed, nothing. I'm aware that saying I checked under the bed makes me sound dramatic, but it's just something I do in strange rooms, the same way some people check for bed bugs or make sure the thermostat works. Hotels, rentals, roadside motels, it takes 2 seconds, and then your brain settles down. The living room window was the only one that gave me pause. It was locked, technically. The latch caught when I turned it. But the frame didn't sit flush all the way at the bottom corner. There was the slightest misalignment, enough that when I pressed lightly on the glass, I felt a bit of give before the old wood held. Swollen frame, I told myself, temperature shift, cheap renovation on an old cabin, nothing more. Still, I looked at it a second longer than the others. That was when I noticed the faint stain near the baseboard underneath it. Small, brown-gray.
Could have been old water damage. Could have been dirt. Nearby, on the inner side of the front door, there were shallow scratches in the lower wood, low enough that I only saw them because I was already looking down. Not deep gouges, just marks. Repeated contact from something hard. Then one of the dining chairs caught my eye. One back leg was slightly splintered near the bottom, as if the chair had been jammed under something heavy or dragged the wrong way too hard more than once. Again, none of it meant anything alone. Old house, old furniture, rental wear and tear. Easy explanations, all of them. That's what I told myself as I straightened up and finally took my jacket off. The warmth inside the cabin started to work on me then. The long drive, the headache, the cramped shoulders, all of it suddenly easing just enough that I could imagine the rest of the night going the way I'd planned. Eat, shower, sleep, leave. That was all this place needed to be. I locked the door again just to hear it, set my bag down for good, and for the first time all day, I actually felt relieved. Once I had the door locked and my bag down, the cabin started doing what places like that are designed to do. It let me imagine I had made the right choice. The heat was on low but steady. The lights were warm enough to soften the cheapness of the furniture. The little table near the kitchen looked almost inviting once I spread out my food on it. Outside, whatever had felt so wrong in the driveway was now on the other side of a locked door and several walls. Inside, it was just a small rental with new paint and bad bones. I'd stayed in worse. I took my burger and fries out of the paper bag, set my drink beside them, and plugged my phone into the charger on the wall by the table. The battery had climbed enough to stop making me nervous, and that alone improved my mood. I texted my sister first, mostly because she was the person most likely to still be awake and actually answer. Made it to the cabin, weirdly remote but fine, driving again in the morning. The message sat for a few seconds before showing delivered. I watched it longer than I needed to, waiting for the little typing dots that didn't come. She had 2 kids and a job that started early. I wasn't offended. It just made the place feel a little farther away. I ate half the burger too fast because I hadn't realized how hungry I was. The fries were already going limp and cold, but I finished most of them anyway. The food tasted like every roadside meal tastes after dark. Too salty, too warm in the center and lukewarm around the edges. Satisfying mostly because it gave your body something obvious to do. Chew, swallow, keep moving forward. Once I'd eaten enough to take the edge off, I let myself slip into the little routine that comes with arriving somewhere for the night.
Shoes off by the door, jacket folded over the back of the chair, bathroom light on so the cabin felt larger than it was. I carried my overnight bag into the bedroom, but didn't unpack much. Just set out a clean shirt for morning, put my toiletries in the bathroom, and plugged in the portable charger in case the carport failed me again the next day. Then I got back in bed, or what passed for settling in. I sat on top of the comforter with my phone in one hand, half scrolling through social media, half not really seeing any of it. Pictures of dogs, somebody from college posting engagement photos, a recipe video I watched for 10 seconds and moved past, a clip of a snowstorm somewhere out east. It was the kind of meaningless scroll people do when they're tired enough to stop thinking, but not tired enough to sleep. The cabin had that nighttime smallness to it then. Bathroom light spilling weakly across the floor. Bedroom lamp making a yellow pool against the wall. The rest of the place mostly dim. Not dark exactly, just settled. Quiet. A little too quiet, but no longer actively wrong. Every now and then I heard the house shift in some tiny way. Wood answering heat, pipes tapping once deep in the wall, the low mechanical click of the thermostat deciding something. All normal old building sounds, the kind you mentally label and then ignore. I had just started to feel that first real drift toward rest when someone knocked on the front door. 3 knocks. Not loud, not frantic, not the kind of banging that comes from emergency or panic or somebody lost and needing help right now. They were calm knocks, deliberate, evenly spaced, the kind of knock a person gives when they already expect the door to be opened. I sat up before I was fully aware I'd moved. What startled me wasn't the sound itself, it was everything that should have come before it and hadn't. No car pulling up the gravel drive, no engine noise outside. No headlights crossing the front window, no door slam, no footsteps on the porch, no crunch of gravel under boots approaching. Nothing. Just the knock itself arriving cleanly in the quiet, as if whoever stood outside had appeared there already in place. I stayed still for a second, listening, and felt my body go alert in that instant involuntary way it does when your brain hasn't finished forming the reason yet, but your nerves already have. There was no second knock right away. That made it worse. If it had been somebody confused or in a hurry, maybe they would have knocked again immediately, louder, or called out through the door. But whoever was there just waited, patiently. I got off the bed and moved into the main room without turning on any extra lights. The bathroom light behind me cast enough of a glow that I didn't have to walk blind, and something about that felt safer. I don't know why. Maybe because I didn't want whoever was outside to see my movement clearly through the glass. The cabin suddenly seemed much smaller than it had 10 minutes before. The narrow pane of glass beside the front door was black, except for a dull reflection of the interior behind me. I took a few careful steps toward it, aware of how loud the floor sounded under my own feet now, and angled myself just enough to look out without fully standing in front of it. There was a man on the porch. He was close enough that the lower half of him was cut off by the angle, and for a second all I really took in was shape and posture. Broad shoulders, thick neck, dark jacket. He stood facing the door with his hands low and loose, not shoved in his pockets, not raised, just hanging in a way that made him look relaxed on purpose.
Then he lifted his head slightly, and I saw his face more clearly through the glass.
He looked to be somewhere in his 40s, maybe older, in the harsh, flattening way outdoor work ages people. His head was shaved close, the scalp pale against the dark around it. He had a thick beard shot through with gray, full but not tidy, the kind that suggested either neglect or somebody who did rough work and didn't care much how he looked doing it. His features were heavy, not cartoonishly threatening, just substantial. A face built wide, brow thick, nose a little flattened, maybe broken once, years before. He wore a dark canvas jacket that looked work-worn rather than old-fashionably rugged, and his jeans were dark at one knee, with a stain that read as mud at first glance, though something about the shape of it made me look twice. His boots were muddy too, but not fresh-caked. The dirt on them had dried in layers. He noticed movement behind the glass and smiled. Only the smile came a beat too late. That is the most accurate way I can explain it. It wasn't that the smile looked fake in some obvious horror movie way. It was simply delayed, as if he understood that smiling was the correct social expression to put on in that moment and had reached for it half a second after realizing I could see him. I kept the door shut. "Yeah?" I called, not too loud. His voice came through the wood, warmer than I expected. "Hey there. Sorry to bother you." He sounded casual, friendly even. There was no slur in his speech, no obvious panic, no strain. If anything, he sounded like a man interrupting somebody for a routine question and expecting not to be seen as a problem. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to ignore him entirely. Another part was already trying to force the moment into something explainable. Maybe the owner had come by after all. Maybe there was something wrong with the heat or the lock code or the driveway gate. Maybe he needed to tell me about some detail the listing forgot to mention. I flit the deadbolt, but I did not open the door all the way. I kept one hand on it and pulled it inward only enough to block most of the opening with my body and the door itself. He was a little taller than I'd realized, or maybe just bulkier up close. Cold air slipped in around him immediately, and with it came his smell. Sweat first. Not fresh exercise sweat, but old sweat trapped in heavy clothes. Then dirt, damp earth and bark, and whatever lives under fingernails after a day outside. Under that, something metallic and unpleasant, faint but unmistakable, like rust, wet pennies, or old blood washed off badly from tools. It hit me all at once strongly enough that I almost took a step back. He gave me the same delayed smile again. "Just wanted to make sure everything's working okay for you," he said. "Heat, lock, all that." His eyes moved past me while he talked, not darting around nervously, not looking at me and then accidentally past me. He was actively peering into the cabin over my shoulder, taking stock. Small table, kitchen, light placement, maybe the hallway beyond. The movement of his eyes was slight enough that I might not have noticed it if I weren't already keyed up from the strange timing of his arrival. "Are you the owner?" I asked. "Property manager," he said right away. "Owner's not local. I help with the place." The answer came too cleanly, like he'd already settled on which role he wanted to be. I said, "Everything seems fine." "Good," he said. "Real good. Sometimes folks have trouble with the keypad first night. Wanted to make sure you got in all right." Again, his gaze flicked inside. I don't think he was trying to hide it. That was part of what made it so invasive. He behaved like someone who expected access by default and was only settling for the doorway because that was all I was giving him. The porch, lightless dark behind him, made the whole scene feel oddly unanchored. He had not arrived in any way I had heard. He stood there in the doorway's narrow spill of light, with the trees and yard swallowed up behind him, and for a second it gave me the stupidest thought imaginable, that he had walked out of the dark itself and up onto the porch without disturbing anything at all. Then he asked, "You here by yourself?" He said it casually. That was the ugly part. Same tone a normal person might use for "long drive" or "you from around here?" As if it belonged naturally in the conversation, as if he had some right to know. I felt something in my chest go tight and cold. I smiled a little without meaning it, that automatic social smile people use when they're buying time. "Just staying the night," I said. He looked at me for 1 second longer than was polite. I knew right then that he had noticed I hadn't answered. Maybe that sounds obvious. Maybe anybody would have noticed, but there was something about the stillness of his face in that moment, how the friendly expression didn't vanish exactly, but thinned. "Yeah," he said softly. "Long drive?" "Pretty long." He nodded as if that confirmed something for him. I became intensely aware of the fact that my shoes were off and my car was still outside with my things in it, of how far the cabin was from the road, of the weak living room window, of the dead black behind his shoulders. He shifted his weight once. I saw the dark stain at his knee more clearly then. Mud, I told myself. It had to be mud. The cuff of his jeans was wet too, but not glossy wet. More like he'd been moving through damp ground earlier, and it had half dried on him. "Well," he said, "if you need anything, I'm close." Nothing about the sentence was threatening by itself, but he said it in a way that didn't comfort me at all. It landed less like reassurance and more like information I wasn't supposed to ignore. I said, "Thanks." He stayed where he was for just a moment longer, like he was waiting to see whether I would fill the silence with something else, an invitation, another question, any softening of the boundary. When I didn't, he smiled again, smaller this time. Then he stepped back. I shut the door immediately and locked it before I even watched him leave. That was the strangest part after. I stood there with my hand still on the deadbolt, listening for footsteps on the porch boards, then the steps, then gravel. I expected to hear him head off toward a parked truck or at least crunch away into the dark. But I heard none of it. Not one footfall, not a door opening, not an engine. Only the same heavy silence settling back into place around the cabin as though nothing had interrupted it. I stayed at the door longer than I want to admit. Long enough to feel stupid, long enough that my hand started to ache from gripping the lock too hard. Finally, I crossed to the window at the front and moved the curtain edge with 2 fingers, just enough to see out. The porch was empty. Beyond it, the trees stood black and still. My own car was where I'd left it. The rest of the yard dissolved into darkness. No man, no vehicle, no movement. I let the curtain fall and felt my pulse in my throat. It would have been easy then to talk myself down, to decide he lived in some smaller building nearby, or had parked farther away than I thought, or that the silence had swallowed his departure the way it swallowed everything else. And part of me did try. But another part was already acting without asking permission. I went straight to my phone. The rental app was still open in the background. I clicked back into the reservation details and pulled up the host profile. The little circular photo loaded after a second. It was not the man from the porch. Not even close. The profile showed a thinner man in maybe his 50s, wearing glasses and a fleece vest, smiling in front of what looked like a lake or marina. Clean-shaven, different build, different face, no possibility of confusion. I stared at that photo for a long time, hoping I had missed something obvious, some mention of co-host or local maintenance, some second profile attached to the booking. There was nothing. The cabin around me had not changed at all, but it no longer felt like the same place. I typed a message to the host through the app, thumbs slower now because my hands had started trembling in that fine, irritating way adrenaline does when it's still trying to decide whether you're in danger. "Did you just stop by the cabin?" I sent it. Then I stood there, in the light of my phone, listening to the silence outside the door and waiting for the reply that didn't come. After I sent the message to the host, I stood in the middle of the cabin with my phone in my hand and waited, like the room itself might explain what had just happened. It didn't. The screen stayed unchanged. My message sat there beneath the reservation details marked sent, with no typing bubbles, no immediate response, nothing to tell me whether the man at the door had been some misunderstanding or the beginning of a real problem. The quiet inside the cabin seemed to thicken around that silence, not because anything dramatic happened, just because nothing did. I checked the lock again, then I checked it a second time, slower, making sure the deadbolt was fully turned. I leaned slightly toward the narrow pane beside the door, without putting my face near it, trying to catch movement outside. There was nothing but my own dim reflection layered over black glass. I told myself to calm down. That was the reasonable thing to do. Any objective person looking at the situation from outside it could have come up with a dozen explanations. And I tried them all on, one by one, like coats that didn't fit right but were better than standing naked in the cold. Maybe he really was local maintenance. Maybe he helped the actual owner with check-ins and just wasn't listed on the app. Maybe the profile photo was old. Maybe the property had changed hands recently. Maybe the owner's brother or cousin lived nearby and liked to keep an eye on the place. Maybe I was tired enough that the weirdness of his timing had gotten under my skin and made the whole interaction seem more threatening than it really was. And even if it was strange, what exactly was I going to do? Call the police because a man knocked on the door of a cabin and asked if I was alone? In the version of events where I said it out loud to somebody else, it already sounded thinner. It sounded like something a dispatcher would file mentally under nervous traveler. No immediate threat. More than that, I was tired. Not casually tired. The kind of tired that gets into your judgment and makes every next step feel heavier than it should. My shoulders still ached from the drive, my eyes burned. The low headache I'd had since late afternoon was still sitting behind my face, smoothed down a little by food, but not gone. The idea of hauling my bag back out to the car, pulling onto those dark roads again, and trying to find some other place to stay at that hour felt miserable, maybe impossible. The nearest motel worth trusting might be 45 minutes back toward the highway,
and that was assuming they had a vacancy and I didn't end up paying twice what the cabin cost for the privilege of listening to strangers fight through a wall all night. No, I told myself, don't overreact, just be smart.
That phrase let me keep my pride while doing exactly what fear wanted me to do. I set my phone down on the table, then picked it right back up and checked the app again. Still nothing. I clicked into the host profile one more time, as if the picture might somehow change into the face I'd just seen on the porch. It didn't. Same man in glasses, same clean little smile, same professional-looking profile that had seemed harmless a few hours earlier. I carried the phone with me as I moved through the cabin, pretending I was just getting ready for bed. That was the rhythm I tried to force myself into. Practical motions, normal motions, the kind of things you do in a place where nothing is wrong. I took my toiletries into the bathroom and set them on the sink. I plugged my charger into a closer outlet and made sure it was working. I laid out my clothes for the morning on the end of the bed. Jeans, clean shirt, socks. I set an alarm for early enough to get back on the road before sunrise had fully burned the frost off the fields. Every step had a purpose. Every purpose was small enough to feel sane. Then, without fully deciding to, I pulled one of the dining chairs away from the table and wedged it under the front door handle. I told myself it was just temporary, just until I felt stupid enough to move it back. The chair didn't fit perfectly, which somehow made it worse. One leg sat unevenly because of the old floor slope, and the splintered back leg I'd noticed earlier gave a little when I pressed it into place. It looked makeshift and unnecessary, like something a person in a movie does 10 minutes before the audience finds out they were right to panic. I stared at it for a second, almost embarrassed by my own behavior, despite being alone. Then I left it there. After that, I checked the windows again. I had already done it once when I arrived, but this time the cabin felt different. And because it felt different, so did everything in it. The front living room window was still the one that bothered me most. I crouched slightly and ran my fingers over the latch. That was when I saw a small scrape along the inside metal catch that I hadn't noticed before, a thin line where the finish had been worn off in a way that suggested pressure from something harder than ordinary use. Not proof of anything. Old hardware gets scraped. People are rough with windows all the time. But once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. Near the porch threshold, just inside the door, there were faint crescent-shaped smears on the floorboards. Mud, maybe, or dirt from boots. They were old enough to have dried and faded, but not old enough to be permanent stains. I couldn't tell if they had been missed during cleaning or tracked in after. They looked like someone had pivoted on a heel while turning around. One edge of the curtain by the living room window had a slight tear in it too, a little vertical split where the fabric had snagged and been pulled apart. Not much, barely noticeable, but in a place that had been staged so carefully to look tidy and harmless online, every small imperfection suddenly started to feel less like wear and more like evidence. I checked the bedroom window next, then the bathroom, then the little one over the sink again. Same latches, same old frame give, same feeling that the place had been renovated to photograph well, not to be secure. My car keys went on to the nightstand beside the bed. Then, after a moment, I moved them again, so they sat closer to the edge, within easy reach if I had to grab them in the dark. My phone went next to them, so did my wallet. I placed my shoes on the floor, with the openings facing me,
so I could step into them fast if I needed to. That was the point where I almost laughed at myself. Not because it was funny, exactly,
just because there is something humiliating about realizing your body has already accepted the possibility of needing to run while your mind is still trying to be civilized about it. I checked the app again. Still no reply. The little signal indicator at the top of my phone floated between 1 bar and none. I considered stepping outside to see if the connection improved, and the thought was so immediately unpleasant that I dismissed it before it finished forming. I was not opening that door again unless I had to. So I took a shower. That decision had less to do with relaxation than with not wanting the man at the door, whoever he was, to become the center of the whole night. I wanted to feel normal, clean, in control of my own routines. I wanted steam and hot water and a fixed sequence of familiar tasks. The bathroom was small, with a shower curtain too white to be original and a fan that hummed weakly when I turned it on. I locked the bathroom door out of habit, even though I was alone, undressed quickly, and stepped into the water. For the first minute, it helped. The heat loosened my shoulders. The pounding of the water against the cheap fiberglass stall gave my brain something else to focus on. I washed fast, not because I was scared yet, I told myself, but because I was tired and wanted to get into bed. Shampoo, rinse, soap, done. Then, somewhere under the water noise, I thought I heard something. Not a clear sound, more like a suggestion of one. A shift, a weight somewhere in the front room. The kind of thing that could have been old plumbing knocking in the walls, or water pressure changing in a rural line, or the cabin settling as the heat moved through it. I froze with soap still on one arm and listened. Nothing distinct followed, just the water hitting the tub, the fan humming overhead, my own pulse suddenly louder than it should have been. I turned off the shower for a second. The silence that rushed in was so complete, it made me feel foolish immediately. No footsteps, no voice, no door, nothing. The cabin was quiet except for a small pipe click behind the wall and a faint, wind-soft hush outside. "It's plumbing," I said out loud, just to hear a human voice. My own sounded thin in that little room. I finished rinsing and got out sooner than I meant to. By the time I dried off and pulled on a t-shirt and sleep shorts, I was annoyed with myself again. The kind of annoyance fear causes when it hasn't fully earned its place yet. I brushed my teeth, checked the bathroom window latch once more, and opened the door back into the bedroom. The cabin was unchanged. No movement, no sound. Bathroom light spilling across the bedspread exactly the same as before. I got into bed and pulled the blanket up even though the room wasn't cold. The heater kicked on somewhere in the wall with a dry, mechanical click that made me jump harder than the sound deserved. I swore softly under my breath, then lay still and waited for my breathing to settle. My phone was at 62%. I checked the app again. Nothing. I considered sending a second message, but stopped myself. 2 messages in quick succession would make me seem panicked, if this turned out to be harmless. That mattered to me more than it should have. I didn't want to be the person creating drama because a local handyman had awkward social skills. I didn't want to turn a weird encounter into a story I had to later admit had probably been nothing. So I did what tired people do when they're trying not to think. I scrolled. Not really reading, not really absorbing anything. Just letting my thumb move while my eyes skimmed over faces and headlines and little videos with the sound off.
The internet looked unreal in there. Too bright, too flat, too close to the face.
Every post from normal life. Someone's dog in a Halloween bandana, somebody complaining about airport delays, a clip of a recipe, a joke about office emails, felt like proof that most of the world was still operating on ordinary terms, while I lay in a cabin deep enough in the dark that one man at the door had managed to rewrite the shape of the whole night. Every now and then I paused and listened. That was the worst part of it. The way the cabin trained my attention. Every small house sound stood out because there was nothing to bury it. No traffic hum beyond the walls, no neighboring voices, no distant TV, no elevator cables, no hallway doors, no city settling around me in layers. Just isolated noises, each one arriving alone and therefore carrying too much weight. A tick from cooling wood, a soft sigh from the vent, one brief knock from a pipe, the almost imagined brush of branches outside. The fear wasn't cinematic, it was procedural. I found myself mapping the room without moving. Front door to bed, bed to bedroom window, bedroom to bathroom, car outside, a short run if I had shoes on, a bad one if I didn't. Phone and keys within reach, chair under the handle, living room window the weak point. If someone knocked again, I would not open the door. That much became a rule in my mind before I even consciously decided it. I started rehearsing what I'd say. Who is it? Too weak. I'm calling the police. Too early, maybe. I'm not opening the door. You need to leave. Better. I mouthed that one silently once, testing the words. It felt both dramatic and embarrassingly necessary. Minutes passed like that, or maybe longer. Time in anxious places loses its shape. Eventually, the endless edge of alertness began to blur into plain exhaustion. My phone screen dimmed and went dark against my hand. I set it on the nightstand beside my keys and reached over to switch off the bedside lamp. The room dropped into a blue-gray wash from the bathroom light I had left on intentionally, though I would not have admitted that to myself in those exact words. I watched the ceiling for a while, listened. Nothing happened. And despite everything, the chair under the door, the unreplied message, the image of that man's delayed smile, the scrape on the latch, the too quiet dark pressing at the windows, my body finally started giving in. I felt myself beginning to drift off anyway. I don't know how long I slept before the knocking woke me again. Long enough to fall fully under, not long enough to feel rested. That bad kind of sleep, where your body drops before your mind does, so being pulled back out of it feels less like waking up and more like being yanked to the surface by the throat. The first thing I registered was the sound. Knocking, louder than before. Not pounding, not wild, not the desperate hammering of somebody hurt or terrified. It was still controlled, still measured, but stronger now, less polite, less willing to pretend. Whoever stood outside wasn't asking whether anyone was home. He knew I was. I didn't move right away. My eyes opened to the dim room, and for one confused second I lay there, trying to understand what had pulled me awake. The bathroom light was still on, a weak yellow spill under the doorway, enough to leave the bedroom in that half-lit, uncertain state where every object looks like itself and something else at the same time. My heart had already sped up before my thoughts caught up to it. Then the knocking came again. 3 hits, slower than frantic, harder,
than before. I reached blindly for my phone on the nightstand and nearly knocked my keys to the floor in the process. The screen lit my face in a cold blue rectangle. 11:43 p.m. For a second, that time bothered me almost as much as the knocking itself. I had not been asleep long, maybe 20 minutes, maybe 30.
Not enough to drift into deep sleep naturally after that much adrenaline. It made the whole night feel compressed, like the cabin had skipped ahead while I was gone for a moment and resumed in the exact place fear had left off. The knock did not come a third time immediately. Instead, I heard his voice through the front door. The same voice, warm, calm, maddeningly ordinary. "Hey." I stopped breathing for a second. There was no mistaking him. Same tone, same mildness, as if this were an inconvenience between reasonable people, instead of a man returning uninvited to a remote cabin near midnight after asking a stranger whether she was alone. I stayed in the bed for 2 more beats, listening. "Can you open up for a second?" he said. He did not raise his voice. He didn't have to. The cabin was small enough that the words seemed to arrive not just through the door, but through the walls, the floor, the air itself. Soft enough to sound controlled, close enough to feel inside already. I slid out of bed and stood, careful not to make the mattress springs complain. The room had gone colder while I slept, or else I had. My bare feet touched the floorboards and instantly made me aware of everything between me and the front door. The short hallway, the little living area, the chair I had wedged under the handle, the thin walls, the window that didn't sit right in its frame. The instinct to go look battled with the instinct to stay out of sight. I did neither fully. I moved to the bedroom doorway and stopped there, keeping myself in the darker part of the room, where the bathroom light behind me wouldn't silhouette me too clearly. "What?" I called, and even in my own ears, my voice sounded smaller than I wanted. "Just wanted to ask you one more thing." That one more thing. The phrase itself carried something ugly in it, something falsely casual. As if there were a normal world in which this interaction was still unfinished, as if he had a right to continue it until he was satisfied. I didn't answer immediately. The cabin listened with me. That's the only way I know how to put it. In a city, silence is never really silence. There's always some machinery under it, some traffic, some life moving around your fear and making it proportionate. Out there, every pause became the main event. Every second stretched wide enough for thought to sour inside it. Then he knocked again, not harder, but with more insistence. "Can you just open the door?" he asked. "It'll take a second." I felt the first real cold rush of fear move through me then. Not because he sounded enraged. If he had sounded angry, this might have been simpler. Anger gives you shape. Anger tells you where the danger is. But his voice held the opposite of anger. It held patience that was starting to thin. I stayed where I was and said, "No." My own answer surprised me with how flat it came out. There was a tiny pause. Then he said, "I just need to ask you something." I looked toward the front room, but couldn't see the door from where I stood. Only the dim edge of the loveseat and one slice of black window reflecting some of the bathroom light. My mind started doing ugly, practical math all over again. Distance to the door, distance to the kitchen, distance back to my bag. No weapon worth naming. Shoes still on the floor by the bed. Phone in my hand. Signal questionable. "I'm not opening it," I said, louder this time. "It's late." The words landed badly in the room, too domestic for what was happening. It's late. As if lateness were the problem. As if there were a future version of the night when opening the door to him might have made sense. He didn't answer right away. That silence was worse than the knocking. It kept going. No apology. No footsteps away from the porch. No muttered curse. No retreat. Just a stillness so complete that I could hear the heater ticking faintly inside the wall and the blood moving hard behind my ears. I stood there in the half-dark, waiting to hear him leave. Nothing. Seconds passed, maybe a minute, maybe less. Fear ruins time and inflates it at the same time. All I know is that the quiet went on long enough to become unnatural. A normal person would have responded somehow, even an irritated person, even a drunk. But the man outside did not fill the silence with anything human. He just let it sit there. I took one slow step backward toward the bed without meaning to. Then I heard it. Not from the front door, from the side of the cabin. A scrape. Soft at first, almost gentle, like fabric or a jacket sleeve brushing along rough wood. Then a slower pressure sound. Something moving along the outer wall with contact deliberate enough to be felt in the boards, more than heard through the air. Every muscle in my body went tight. He wasn't gone. He had moved. My mind understood that half a second after my body did. My skin reacted first. A wave of heat rushed through my arms and chest so suddenly it felt like sickness. I backed another step into the bedroom and stared toward the main room. The darkness in there had changed, not visibly, not in any way I could point to yet. But the cabin no longer felt like a sealed box with a threat outside one side of it. It felt porous, thin, as if the walls were not barriers but surfaces being tested. Then his voice came again, not from the door, from somewhere closer to the living room window. "Ma'am?" He said it softly. That was the moment the whole thing turned inside out for me. Up until then, some desperate part of my mind had still been trying to keep the situation in a category I could survive by reasoning through. Awkward local guy, boundary problem, creepy but maybe manageable. But the second his voice came from the side of the cabin, all of that collapsed. People who mean well do not leave the front door and start moving around a stranger's cabin at midnight. People who belong there do not make themselves harder to track. I didn't speak. The room held still around me. I could hear a faint whisper of wind in the trees beyond the walls, and underneath that, something else, so faint I might have imagined it. The wet sound of breath, too close to glass. I turned my head, slowly at first, toward the living room. The curtain over the front window had never been pulled fully tight. When I came in earlier, I'd noticed that one edge didn't meet the frame all the way, leaving a narrow vertical seam where the dark showed through. Now, in the dim spill of the bathroom light, and whatever weak reflection the room threw back at itself, that seam had changed. There was shadow there. Not cast from any porch light. There wasn't one. Not my own reflection. The angle was wrong, just a darker vertical interruption where darkness should have remained flat. I felt myself freeze in a way I had never really understood from other people's stories until then. Not dramatic paralysis, not movie fear, just the body refusing waste. Every part of me narrowed down to listening and seeing. There was the slightest blur on the glass, too, a pale fogging near the edge, gone and returning, so faint I almost missed it. Condensation, breath on the cold outside surface. Someone was standing close enough to the window for his exhale to touch it. I don't remember deciding to move, but somehow I ended up one step farther back in the bedroom, my hand gripping the phone so hard the case edge dug into my palm. I think I may have whispered, "Oh my God," to nobody. Or maybe I only thought it. The memory of that second is all body and image, not language. Then the shape shifted, slowly, not enough to vanish, just enough to resolve. One eye. That is what I saw first. One eye, and the curve of part of a cheek pressed too near the glass, flattened slightly by proximity and darkened by the night around it. The rest of his face stayed swallowed in shadow, but that one visible portion was enough. Human skin, where there should only have been reflection. A brow, a hollow around the eye, the suggestion of a nose beyond the edge. He had moved around from the porch and come to the window without a sound I could trace, and now he was standing there, close enough to look in, looking for me. Not pounding, not shouting, just watching. That was worse. Because in that instant I understood something I hadn't before. He had not come back to talk. The door had only been the polite version of access. When I refused one boundary, he had simply moved to the next. I turned fully then and saw him, clearly enough that the sight has never left me. One eye, part of a face, and the black outline of a shoulder just beyond the torn edge of the curtain. All of it held still at the living room window, like he'd been there, waiting for me to look. The second I saw his face at the glass, I ran. Not toward the front door, not toward the car. Back. Back into the bedroom, where the walls at least narrowed the directions he could come from. Back to the bed, the nightstand, the charger cord still hanging from the wall. The little pocket of space that had already started to feel less like a place to sleep and more like the last place in the cabin where I still had choices. I shut the bedroom door most of the way, but not fully. I don't know why. Maybe because I wanted to hear better. Maybe because some part of me knew a cheap interior door wouldn't stop anything if it came to that, and pretending otherwise would only make me slower. My hands were shaking hard enough now that I nearly dropped the phone trying to unlock it. I called 911. The ring felt endless, even though it probably wasn't. 1 beat, 2. Then a woman answered, calm and professional in the way only dispatchers seem able to be when your body has already decided this might be the worst night of your life. 911, what is your emergency? I had planned for that sentence, rehearsed it in my head while lying in bed trying to act normal. But the moment it was real, the words came out wrong. There's a man outside my cabin, I whispered. Then, because whispering sounded insane even to me, I swallowed and tried again. He came to the door earlier, pretending to be the owner. He came back. He's looking through the window. I think he's trying to get in. The dispatcher's tone did not change, which helped more than anything else in that moment. Okay, I need your location. That was where my mind snagged. I had the address somewhere in the app, in the confirmation email, on the map. But this was one of those rural places with a real address that didn't feel like a real address. County road numbers, property descriptions, a route that only made sense if you were already there. My fingers fumbled through the booking confirmation while I crouched beside the bed, trying to keep my voice low enough not to carry and high enough for her to hear me clearly. Just hold on. It's in the app, I'm sorry. It's a cabin rental. I found the booking screen, and the text blurred for a second because my hands were shaking too badly to focus. I forced myself to read it slowly. Road name, number, county. The nearest town, if you could call it that. That's what it says. I don't know if there's a marker outside. I'm off a gravel road. There's a line of pine trees in front. You're doing fine, she said. Stay on the line. Are all the doors locked? Yes. The answer came out before I remembered the weak window. Then I heard it. A small metal sound from the front room. Not loud, not dramatic. Just a clean, precise touch of metal against metal. Like somebody testing a latch with careful fingers. Every part of me went cold. He's at the window, I whispered. I could see the living room in pieces from where I crouched. Not the window itself, only part of the wall and the faint dimness beyond the bedroom doorway. But I didn't need to see it. The sound told me enough. Another light scrape, then a tiny click. He wasn't pounding on the glass. He wasn't trying to break it. He was working the latch. The dispatcher asked if I could secure myself in a room. I almost laughed at that. The bedroom door had no lock worth trusting, and even if it had, the window in the front room was maybe 10 feet away. This cabin had been arranged to look private, cozy, safe. In that moment, it felt like a set built out of excuses. I'm in the bedroom, I whispered. I'm staying here. And then the living room window gave a sound I will never forget. A small wooden groan. Subtle, sticky. The sound of an old frame moving in a place that wasn't supposed to move. He was lifting it. I stood up too fast and nearly tangled myself in the charger cord by the bed. The dispatcher said something. Stay where you are. Officers are responding. Do not confront him. But my body had already switched into that terrible practical mode that follows raw fear. Not panic exactly. Inventory. What could I use? The lamp on the nightstand, cheap and ceramic, with a narrow base that would probably shatter if I swung it once. My toiletry bag, my shoes. Nothing. Then my eyes caught the extra chair in the corner of the bedroom, an old wooden thing with one rung already cracked near the bottom. I dropped the phone onto speaker on the bed for half a second and grabbed the chair with both hands. The wood was lighter than I expected. Cheap, dry. I slammed one leg against the floor hard enough to break the weakened rung loose. The sound cracked through the room like a gunshot in the silence, and I froze, instantly horrified at how loud I had been. Nothing changed in the front room except another inch of that same awful groaning shift. The broken chair leg in my hand was useless, a splintered length of wood maybe 2 feet long, thicker at one end, jagged at the other. It looked like the kind of object people later described by saying she armed herself with whatever she could find, which sounds brave until you are actually the one holding it and understand how little it would matter. The dispatcher's voice floated from the bed,
a thin tether to a larger world I could no longer feel. Units are on the way. Stay hidden if you can. Can you hear him? Yes, too well. There was a soft drag now, the sound of the window moving upward against resistance. The old frame was fighting, but not enough.
Not enough because that lock had never been solid. Not enough because the cabin had only been repaired in the way places are repaired when they need to look secure in photographs and survive just long enough between guests. I thought of the mismatched paint over the split trim, the warped porch rail, the torn curtain, the scrape on the latch, the crescent mud near the threshold. Every little thing I had dismissed as wear and age now rearranged itself into a worse shape. Not random flaws, weak points, signs of use, signs that this place had already been tested before. The window moved again. I heard the rubbery tack of the old seal separating, then a pause. And then I heard him breathe, just once. Close. Not loud, not animal, not theatrical. The quiet breath of a man exerting almost no effort while opening someone else's window in the dark. Calm enough to make the room feel suddenly smaller. It came through the narrow opening with the cold air, and that was the moment I understood. He was not improvising. He was not just prowling around hoping for luck. He knew what old frames did. He knew what weak latches felt like. He knew how much pressure to use without making too much noise. I backed farther into the bedroom until the backs of my legs hit the bed. My grip on the broken chair leg was so tight my fingers had started to hurt. I looked around wildly for something better and spotted the small metal lamp base from the bedside table. But reaching for it would mean putting down the wood and making noise again. I couldn't decide. My mind was splitting into fast, useless branches. If he gets in through the window, does he come straight here? Do I scream? Do I run past him for the door? Do I jump the bedroom window, even if it sticks? The dispatcher asked if I could hear sirens yet. I could not. Or maybe I could and was mistaking them for blood in my ears. The window rose another inch. I could hear the curtain shifting softly against the movement now. I could picture his hand on the bottom frame, the slow, controlled lift, his shoulder angled toward the opening. The image was so clear that when a shadow crossed the dim slice of living room wall visible from the bedroom, I jerked back and nearly fell. Then, all at once, everything changed. Light blasted across the front of the cabin. Not soft light, hard white-blue light, sudden and mechanical, sweeping through the torn edge of the curtain and across the walls in sharp angles. It filled the front room, flashed against the ceiling, cut under the bedroom door. Car doors slammed outside almost on top of it. The movement at the window stopped instantly. Then came a fast, heavy scuff across the floor beneath it, the thud of something hitting the wall or sill, and footfalls outside for the first time all night, quick now, no longer hidden. He was running. The dispatcher's voice sharpened. "Officers are there. Stay where you are until they announce themselves." I didn't move. For several seconds, the cabin was only sound. Men shouting outside. One voice calling around the side of the house. Another voice farther off near the trees. Boots on porch boards. Gravel crushed hard under tires and feet. A flashlight beam cut through the bedroom window in a white slash and vanished. Then came pounding at the front door. "Sheriff's office!" I stayed frozen.
Sheriff's office. Ma'am, if you're inside, come to the door." My body wanted to move, and wouldn't yet. The release of fear is its own kind of paralysis. I realized I was still clutching the broken chair leg, and forced my fingers to open enough to drop it onto the bed. The phone was still connected, the dispatcher still on the line, telling me to answer the officers if I could.
I stepped into my shoes without socks, grabbed my keys and phone, and walked out of the bedroom on legs that didn't feel properly attached to me. The front room looked both exactly the same and completely ruined. The chair was still wedged under the door handle, slightly shifted from where I had jammed it in. The curtain over the living room window hung wrong now, dragged an inch off where it had been. The bottom of the window stood open, just enough to let in a blade of cold air. I moved the chair, unlocked the door, and opened it to a uniformed deputy with a flashlight in one hand and the other resting near his holster. For a second, he looked past me into the cabin, assessing, then back at me. "Are you hurt?" "No," I said, but my voice barely came out. Another deputy came up from the side of the porch and said, "He took off toward the trees." The first one nodded, then asked me to step outside while they cleared the place fully. I did, wrapping my arms around myself without realizing it, barefoot in my half-laced shoes on the cold porch, while police moved through the cabin I had chosen because it was supposed to be safer than a motel. One of them checked the window with his flashlight and let out a short breath through his nose. Not surprise, recognition. They swept the inside quickly, then the perimeter, then pushed farther toward the tree line with their lights cutting through the dark. From the porch, I could hear them calling to one another in short, clipped directions. I stood there shaking, trying to keep my breathing even, trying not to look at the open black between the pines where their beams disappeared. When they finally brought me back inside to ask questions, I answered them as steadily as I could. Yes, same man as earlier. Yes, he said he was with the property. Yes, he asked if I was alone. Yes, he came back later. No, I did not open the door the second time. Yes, I saw his face at the window. One deputy crouched by the living room sill while I talked. He ran his flashlight beam along the latch, the warped frame, the old scrape marks near the catch. Then he looked up at the other deputy and said, not quietly enough for me to miss it, "He didn't just try a random one." That sentence landed colder than anything else they said, because until then, part of me had still wanted to believe I had survived some ugly improvisation, some chance collision with one bad man on one bad night. But the way the deputy said it made something else clear. The man at the window had known where to test. Not just that there was a cabin, not just that someone was inside, he had known which part of it might give. Once the deputies were inside, the cabin stopped feeling like a place and became a scene. That is the cleanest way I can explain the shift. A few minutes earlier, every object in that room had still belonged to the version of the night I'd been trying to hold on to. My bag by the table, the fast food trash I hadn't thrown away yet, my jacket on the chair, the bed turned down for sleep. Even the fear had still been personal then, private, contained within the ugly possibility of what one man might do if he got through the window. But once the police arrived, everything turned into evidence of timing, movement, access, intent. The open window, the chair under the door, the torn edge of the curtain, the marks on the latch, the cold air still leaking into the room.
The deputies moved through it with the kind of quick, stripped-down professionalism that didn't feel cinematic or comforting. They weren't TV cops. They weren't loudly authoritative or especially graceful.
They looked tired, like men who had already been working for hours,
and understood very well that most danger in a place like that came wrapped in ordinary details. Their uniforms were practical, their voices low, their flashlights brighter than anything else in the cabin. One of them had mud dried up the side of one boot. Another had the sort of face that always looked one step from annoyed, even when he was listening carefully. That reality helped more than it should have. If they had acted theatrical, I think I might have come apart. Instead, they asked direct questions, repeated them when necessary, and kept moving while I answered. One stayed with me in the front room, while another circled outside, and a third pushed farther out toward the tree line, with a flashlight beam sweeping between the pines. Their radios cracked occasionally with short exchanges, dispatch updates, road references, a request for another unit that sounded more like habit than expectation.
I stood near the small kitchen counter, with my arms folded tight across myself. Not because I was cold anymore, but because I couldn't seem to stop shaking. My phone was still in my hand, though I had no idea why I was holding it. The dispatcher had disconnected after confirming I was with officers, but I hadn't put the thing down. My fingers had locked around it, the way they had locked around the broken chair leg. "Start from when he first came to the door," the deputy inside said. So I did. The story sounded wrong out loud, in a way that frightened me all over again. Not unbelievable, exactly. Just too intimate. Too specific in some parts, and too thin in others. I found myself giving details I hadn't planned to, then hating myself for how closely I'd observed him. He said he was checking the property, I told them, or managing it, something like that. What'd he look like? I described him. Shaved head, beard with gray in it, work jacket, broad shoulders, mud on the jeans, mud on the boots. "White male?" one of them asked. "Yes." "Age?" "40s, maybe older, I don't know." "Height?" "Bigger than me, taller than me, maybe 6 foot? I don't know exactly." The deputy nodded once like uncertain answers were normal and kept going. "Any tattoos? Accent? Slur in his speech? Smell like alcohol?" That last question caught me off guard. "Not alcohol," I said. "Something else." "What kind of something else?" I hesitated there, embarrassed suddenly by how strange the answer sounded before I even gave it. "Like sweat," I said, "and dirt. Cold air. Maybe metal?" I know that sounds weird. Neither of them reacted. "Metal like blood?" the deputy asked. I stared at him. "I don't know," I said too quickly. "Maybe just rust, or tools, I don't know." He wrote something down anyway. That was the beginning of the emotional crash, I think. Not the shaking itself, that had already started, but the moment I heard myself saying things like delayed smile and metallic smell. And he asked if you were alone, to 2 tired deputies in a cabin kitchen, something inside me recoiled. I felt foolish and exposed all at once, as if too much noticing on my part somehow made me complicit in the fear, as if I were offering up observations that sounded dramatic because my body had turned everything about him into a threat. But the deputies did not treat it that way. They kept asking, what exactly had he said the first time, the second time? Did I hear a vehicle at any point? Had I seen lights from the road?
Did he ever identify himself by name? Did I know the owner personally? Had anything been taken? Did I have enemies? Did anybody know I was staying there tonight? That last question made me stop. No, I said, at least no one beyond the app. My sister knew I'd made it to a cabin somewhere, but I hadn't sent her the address. My relatives knew I was heading home in stages.
No one knew this exact property except the platform I booked it through and whoever had access to the listing. The deputy looked up at me from his notebook. "So you're just passing through?" It wasn't really a question. I said yes. Something about that landed harder than I expected. Just passing through. I had chosen the place less than 3 hours earlier in a grocery store parking lot. I was not local. I had no friend within driving distance, no neighbor who would hear me if I screamed, no connection to the land, the road, the county, the men taking notes in my kitchen, or even the owner whose cabin I was standing in. I was a traveler in an app-booked room, one night only, the kind of person who could disappear from a specific map point without changing anything about the place itself. Disposable was the word that came to me then, though I never said it aloud. Not disposable as a human being, disposable in context, anonymous, replaceable, easy to misunderstand afterward. I suddenly understood why remote properties attract certain kinds of men. One of the deputies was still outside checking the perimeter. I could see the white cone of his flashlight cutting across the porch through the front window, then dropping low to the ground near the steps, then moving along the side of the cabin where the intruder had worked the window. Another beam moved farther out among the pines, passing over trunks in a way that made everything beyond the light feel occupied. That was what I kept noticing. The flashlight didn't make the woods feel safer. It made them look full of places something could be standing, just beyond reach. The deputy by the window called the others in for a second and tapped the warped frame with the back of his knuckle. "Latch has been worked," he said. "Worked tonight?" the other one asked. "Tonight for sure, maybe before too." I looked over before I could stop myself. The bottom of the living room window sat slightly crooked where it had been lifted and let down too fast. The latch had shallow, fresh scoring around it now, thin, bright lines in the metal where some harder edge had scraped. The deputy ran his flashlight beam over the sill and showed the others a smear in the dust line near the corner. Disturbed dirt, maybe oil from skin, maybe trace mud from fingers. Not dramatic, but there. Forced tampering. That was the phrase they eventually used, and I held on to it because it sounded official and ugly in exactly the right way. It removed the last small possibility that I had imagined the severity of what was happening. He had not just looked. He had not just lingered. He had physically worked at the window. One deputy stepped out again to check the side of the cabin more thoroughly, while another walked past me and asked for the make and model of my car. "What for?" I asked. He looked at me like he had answered that question 10,000 times before. "Making sure nothing else got touched." I followed him onto the porch, only as far as the doorway. The cold hit harder now that my body had burned through the immediate panic and left me hollow afterward. Blue-red light from the patrol vehicles pulsed weakly against the trees and washed in fragments over the gravel. My car sat exactly where I had left it, harmless and familiar looking, in a way that almost made me want to cry. One deputy circled it with a flashlight, checking the handles, windows, trunk line, tire tracks around it. Another stood farther out, facing the tree line, one hand near his belt, beam fixed on the dark gaps between trunks. Again that sense came over me that relief was not the same thing as safety. They were here now. I was no longer alone with him. He had run. All of that should have been enough to make my body settle, and none of it did. The woods remained black beyond the lights. The driveway remained a corridor. The cabin remained a box with weak points. The difference was only that now the fear had uniforms moving through it. "Any sign he got into the vehicle?" I called. The deputy circling my car shook his head. "Not seeing anything yet." Yet. That word stayed with me too. Back inside, they asked whether anything had been stolen from the cabin or moved from where I'd put it. I looked around as if I could answer that confidently. My burger bag still sat on the table, my jacket still hung over the chair, my toiletries were in the bathroom. The broken chair rung lay crooked on the bed where I'd dropped it. Nothing obvious was missing because he had not come for things, and every one of us in that room knew it, even before anyone said it plainly. "Know anybody local?" one deputy asked again. "No." "Anybody know you were going to be here?" "No." "Anybody following you? Ex-coworker, anyone from the road?" "No." The answers made me feel smaller each time I gave them. No roots here. No witnesses before. No one expected specifically at this location. No reason for him to have come except opportunity, and whatever private motive had attached itself to that opportunity once he saw I was alone. I kept replaying the first interaction while they worked. The delayed smile, the way his eyes moved past me into the room. The question, "You here by yourself?" The way he had said it like small talk. The way he had returned and asked to open up for a second, not because he believed I would, but because he wanted to see what kind of refusal I was. One of the deputies outside had gone quiet for long enough that I found myself listening for him instead of for the intruder. Then his flashlight beam swung low near the porch steps and stopped. He crouched. For a second, no one said anything. He just stayed there, with the light angled toward the ground, one knee bent, his free hand braced on the wood. Then, without looking back at me, he said in a flat voice, "Don't come over here." For a second after the deputy said it, I didn't understand what he meant. Not fully. My body understood the tone before my mind caught up with the words. The way people do when they hear something in a voice that belongs to bad news, even if the sentence itself hasn't landed yet. I had already taken half a step toward the porch without realizing it, drawn by the beam of his flashlight and that simple animal need to know what somebody else has found near the place where you are supposed to be safe. "Don't come over here." He said it again, still crouched, still not looking back at me. That was enough to stop me. The other deputy moved past me almost immediately, not running, but with that quick economy people in practical jobs have when they recognize something that changes the situation slightly. He stepped down off the porch and angled his own light toward the ground near the base of the steps. I stayed in the doorway. The cold air pressed against my bare legs below the sleep shorts, and somewhere behind me, the cabin's heat kept blowing with the useless steadiness of a machine that did not know anything had gone wrong. "What have you got?" the deputy inside asked. The crouched one answered without drama. "Looks like an animal skull." There should have been relief in that. Animal. A normal word. A manageable word. Out there in the country, dead animals were not a mystery. Deer got hit. Coyotes dragged things. Hunters dumped remains. Bone showed up where weather and scavengers left it. There were 100 ordinary explanations for a skull near a patch of woods. But the way he said it did not feel ordinary. Maybe because he had told me not to come closer first. Maybe because his light remained fixed in one place rather than moving on. Maybe because the silence that followed stretched too long. The deputy beside him lowered himself slightly, then let out a breath through his nose. "Well," he said, "that's not good." My eyes kept trying to adjust around the wash of the flashlight beams and patrol lights. I could see only pieces from where I stood in the doorway. Wet leaves, the rough gray of the porch steps, one tire track pressed into the gravel, a bright shard of pale shape near the ground. Not enough to form the whole thing, just enough to make my imagination run ahead and punish me with possibilities. I should have stayed where I was. I know that. But fear does not always make you retreat. Sometimes it narrows you so sharply that you move closer just to replace the unknown with something concrete. I stepped onto the porch despite myself. "Ma'am," the deputy nearest me said. "I'm not coming all the way down," I said, hearing how strained I sounded. He must have decided that arguing would only make it worse, because he didn't stop me again. He only lifted one hand slightly, as if to say no farther. That was enough. From the top step, with their lights crossing the same patch of ground, I finally saw what they had found. The skull lay half buried in the leaves just off the right side of the porch, close enough that I would have stepped within a foot of it if I'd gone down that way earlier. It was a deer skull, or what was left of one, weathered but not fully cleaned by time, the bone darkened in places by moisture and dirt. One antler base remained attached, snapped short and rough at the end. The other side was broken lower, leaving only a jagged knob where it had once grown. Strips of old hide or dried tissue still clung around the back edge in places, stuck flat and leathery against the bone. Wet leaves had collected inside one of the eye sockets. The whole thing looked slick with damp leaf rot. Not fresh enough to be recent kill remains, not clean enough to feel old and harmless. It occupied the worst possible middle ground, where time had taken enough of it to make it strange, but not enough to remove the animal from it completely. I stared at the dark hollow of the nasal cavity and thought, with a clarity that made me nauseous, that it was facing the cabin. Not angled randomly, facing it. Then the deputy shifted his flashlight slightly, and I saw the second object. A hatchet. Not a full-sized axe like the kind you split wood with beside a cabin, but a smaller chopping tool, the kind meant for brush, kindling, or ugly close work. It lay in the leaves a little beyond the skull, partly hidden by dead grass and dirt, as if it had either fallen there or been set down carelessly. The wooden handle was dark with age and split near the bottom, one crack running lengthwise far enough to suggest it had taken hard impact before. The metal head was smeared with mud along one side. Or not just mud. Even from where I stood, I could see darker material clinging near the blade edge. Something reddish-brown, gone old in the cold air, mixed with grit and a few fine pale strands that might have been hair or plant fibers, or both. There was a tiny strip of something else caught near the notch where metal met wood. Pink-gray and stringy, like tissue dried and re-wetted by dew. I think I made a noise then, not a scream,
just the involuntary sound the throat makes when the body recognizes something before the mind is willing to name it. The closer deputy moved at once, stepping slightly into my line of sight. "Back inside," he said. I didn't argue. I think if he had taken another second, I might have crouched there on the porch and stared until I made myself sick. Instead, I stepped backward into the cabin, one slow step at a time, unable to stop looking until the edge of the doorframe finally cut the view away. The cabin changed around me after that, not in a visible way.
The same rug by the door. The same little table with my wadded fast food bag still sitting on it. The same throw pillows. The same framed print. The same fresh paint pretending the place had been made gentle. But once I had seen the skull and the hatchet lying together at the base of the porch, every room in the cabin seemed to acquire a second version of itself underneath the first. The cabin while I ate my burger. The cabin while I checked the host's profile. The cabin while I took a shower and stood still under the water, listening. The cabin while I lay in bed telling myself I was overreacting. The whole place became retroactively contaminated by the possibility that those things had already been there, or worse, that he had brought them there while I was inside. I leaned a hand on the kitchen counter because my knees had gone oddly weak. Outside, the deputies spoke in low tones I couldn't fully make out. One of them said something about photographs. Another mentioned the county unit, maybe animal remains, maybe evidence depending on context.
Their language remained practical, but the fact that they were discussing how to classify the objects at all made my skin prickle. One of them came back in a minute later and asked me, "Did you see anything in his hands when he first came to the door?" "No," I said. "Either time?" "No." I tried to picture the first encounter again, the narrow opening of the door, his jacket, his beard, the smell, his eyes moving past me into the cabin, his hands low at his sides. Had one hand been out of sight? Had he been holding something down by his leg where the dark of the porch swallowed it? Had he left the objects by the steps before knocking? Had they already been there when I arrived? The deputy must have read some version of that confusion on my face because he said, "Could have been there before he approached. Could have set it down." Set it down. The phrase made my stomach turn.
As if we were talking about groceries. A toolbox. Something ordinary a person might rest on a porch while speaking to a stranger. The other deputy came in then, carrying a folded towel or rag from somewhere in his vehicle. He didn't say anything to me. He only passed back outside and bent near the steps. Through the doorway, I saw him drape the cloth over the hatchet, head first, not the skull. That detail bothered me almost more than if he had covered the whole thing. It suggested the hatchet mattered differently. The skull was grotesque but explicable in a rural setting. The hatchet was specific, intentional, human. After a while, one of them asked if I could describe exactly where the man had stood during the first visit. I pointed to the front door. "No, before you opened it," the deputy clarified. "How close to the glass?" "Close," I said. "Right there. Like he was already almost on the porch light line, except there wasn't one." The deputy nodded slowly and glanced toward the porch again.
"Skull looked placed," he said, mostly to the other deputy, not to me. Placed. That was exactly the word. Not dropped, not discarded, not stumbled across. Placed. The image took hold of me then in a way I could not stop. The man standing on the porch with that late smile, a deer skull at his feet or in one hand, the hatchet resting by the steps. Maybe he had set them down before he knocked. Maybe he had approached carrying them and hidden them just out of view. Maybe he had walked up from the dark with those objects as naturally as another person might carry a flashlight and keys.
And if that was true, what had he intended them to mean? A warning? A threat? A habit? Some private ritual I had interrupted before I understood I was part of it. That was the worst thing about the skull. It pushed the encounter away from random trespassing and towards something more personal, without ever becoming supernatural or theatrical. There are men who collect bones, men who hunt, men who keep tools in their trucks and roadkill in their thoughts without anyone around them ever fully knowing. Nothing about those objects required a ghost story. They required only the right kind of man and the wrong kind of night. I thought of the smell again, that metallic rot under the sweat and cold air. At first I had tried to place it as rust or tools or old pennies. Now the memory sharpened around the hatchet outside, not because I knew for certain what had been on it. I didn't. I still don't. But the possibility moved backward through the earlier scene and settled there like stain spreading through cloth. One of the deputies was speaking on the radio now, giving clip details I couldn't fully hear. Possible evidence, I caught. Animal remains adjacent to the porch. Then lower. No, not confirming blood. A pause. Yeah. Send photos up if you can. No one wanted to say too much before they knew what they were looking at. That caution made sense. It also made the whole thing feel more real. In movies, somebody always names the horror immediately. In real life, people crouch over ugly objects with flashlights and say things like, could be, might be, not sure yet, which leaves room for the imagination to do worse work than certainty ever could. The deputy who had first found the skull stepped back inside and looked at me again, this time more carefully. When he was at the door, he said, "Did you notice any smell?" The question was so specific, it startled me. "Yes," I said. "What kind?" I swallowed. "Dirt," I said first. "Sweat, something damp, and—" I stopped, suddenly conscious of how this would sound a second time. Something metallic. He did not write anything down right away. Instead, he turned his head slightly toward the porch, where the towel now covered the hatchet head, leaving the split handle exposed in the light. For a moment, no one said anything. Then he looked back at me and said nothing at all. For a while after that, the night broke into small procedural pieces. One deputy stayed with me inside, while the others moved in and out of the porch light spill, checking the ground, speaking quietly into radios, circling the side of the cabin where the window had been forced. Somebody asked me again whether I needed medical attention. I said no. Somebody else asked if there was anyone who could come get me. I said no to that too, then immediately hated how isolated the answer sounded. No, no, no. No one nearby. No one expected. No one who would notice, specifically, if this exact night went the wrong way in this exact place. The deputy inside the cabin, older than the others, with a tired face and a voice that stayed level no matter what was being discussed. Told me to sit down if I needed to. I didn't. Sitting felt too much like giving up whatever little readiness my body still had. So I stood near the table, arms folded, occasionally glancing toward the front door, as if the line between inside and outside still held any simple meaning. One of the officers came back in from the porch and said, "We're checking beyond the trees." That made my stomach pull tight again. Until then, all the danger had still felt arranged around the cabin itself. Porch, window, gravel, tree line. Even the idea of him running had stayed close in my head, as if he could only ever be one sprint away from the wall, one turn away from the side of the house. But the phrase, "beyond the trees," stretched the map. It made the darkness feel larger and more inhabited. The pines lining the driveway had looked decorative when I arrived, staged almost, a visual frame for the rental photos. Now they felt more like the first row of something deeper. The deputies took stronger lights and moved out past the edge of the drive, cutting between the trunks and into the brush beyond. From the doorway I could see the beams fanning in white arcs through the woods, catching bark, dead grass, low branches, then slipping away again. Every time the light vanished behind one cluster of trees and reappeared somewhere else, my body reacted as if it had lost and found a threat. Relief still didn't feel like safety. It felt supervised. I stood there, listening to the woods absorb human voices. The deputies called to one another, occasionally, short and practical. Directions, distances, one request repeated twice because the signal on the radio sounded weak. Then for a while there was only movement, branches pushed aside, leaves crushed under boots, light moving farther than I wanted it to. The older deputy inside the cabin asked for the reservation information again. I handed him my phone and watched him scroll through the booking details while keeping one eye on the dark outside. "First time staying here?" he asked. "Yes." "You travel alone often?" "Sometimes." He nodded but did not make conversation out of it. He was not trying to comfort me. I appreciated that more than if he had. Comfort from strangers in situations like that can start to feel insulting fast, like people are trying to smooth the edges off something that deserves to stay sharp. He gave the phone back and asked, "You're sure about what he said earlier? That he claimed to be the owner?" "Or property manager," I said. "Something like that. He acted like he belonged here." The deputy's eyes stayed on me for a second longer than the question required. Belonged how? I knew what he meant, but answering it made my skin crawl. Like... I paused, trying to find words precise enough not to sound dramatic. Like he expected me to accept him being there. He wasn't nervous. He wasn't making up an excuse in a hurry. He sounded practiced. Practiced. The word came out before I could second guess it, and once it was in the room, I couldn't take it back. The deputy looked toward the open doorway again. That what he was doing when he asked if you were alone? I nodded. The question hung there between us for a second. Not because either of us needed it explained, but because saying certain things too clearly sometimes gives them more weight than your nervous system can process all at once. Outside, one of the flashlight beams stopped moving. Then another joined it. The deputies in the trees had found something. The older deputy stepped out onto the porch at once, and I followed as far as the doorway again, without being told not to. This time, nobody tried to stop me. Their attention had shifted beyond the cabin. "What'd you get?" he called. A voice answered from deeper in the dark, muffled by brush. "Possible camp." That word was somehow worse than if he had said footprints. Camp. Not a sign of passing through, not a trail cut by chance, not one man wandering too near a rental on one bad night. A camp meant staying, returning, knowing the area well enough to hide in it. The deputies moved farther in, and for a few moments all I could see were their lights jerking and dipping between the branches. Then one beam lifted higher and stayed fixed, as if illuminating a specific pocket of ground. The older deputy went down the porch steps and into the trees himself. I was left standing in the doorway of the cabin, with the patrol lights still pulsing weakly across the gravel, and the towel-draped hatchet near the steps, just out of sight to the right. The whole scene felt wrong in layers now, the civilized layer of reports and questions on top. Under that, the immediate terror of the attempted entry. Under that, something slower and uglier. Signs that this land had already been occupied by a person who had no reason to be here except proximity to the cabin and the people who rented it. A few minutes later, one of the deputies came back and asked me to remain inside while they documented what they'd found. His tone was polite but final. I obeyed, though I kept close enough to the doorway to catch fragments of movement and voice. Eventually, the older deputy returned alone, first. He did not look startled. That made it worse. "What is it?" I asked before I could stop myself. He hesitated only a moment, then answered in the practical language they all seemed to prefer. "Somebody's been staying out there." I felt my mouth go dry. "For how long?" He gave a small shrug that meant he wasn't going to guess yet. "Long enough to set up." That sentence kept expanding in my head while he spoke to the others. Long enough to set up. Not a passing drifter cutting through the property. Not a man who happened to approach one cabin on one impulse. Someone had chosen a place in those trees and built a way to remain there. Later, once they had done enough of their first sweep to talk more openly, one of the deputies described what they had found. It was tucked beyond the first line of brush past the pines, in a shallow pocket of ground that could not be seen from the driveway or the cabin unless you knew exactly where to look. A blue tarp had been tied low between two trees to make a lean-to shelter, the corners weighted down with rocks and scrap wire. Under it lay a cheap cooler with no lid, several dented food cans, a stained sleeping bag rolled halfway open, 2 empty bottles, cigarette ends mashed into the dirt, and a milk crate filled with scavenged junk. He listed the contents of the crate almost absently, but each item landed in my head like a stone. A broken flashlight, a length of cord, a cracked thermos, some tools, a pair of work gloves, a dirty flannel shirt, a rusted license plate, miscellaneous metal, scavenged junk. That was the phrase he used. But the phrase didn't make it harmless. It only made it feel like the life of someone who moved through abandoned edges and took what was useful, keeping close to places other people only occupied briefly. Then the deputy mentioned the keys. He said it last, almost as an afterthought, and it was the only part that actually made me sit down. "Found 3 old cabin keys hanging from a branch over the camp," he said. I looked up at him. "What kind of keys?" "Old rental-style keys. Cabins, trailers, sheds maybe, rusted rings."
There are details fear grabs because they are dramatic, and details it grabs because they rearrange the logic of everything. The keys did the second thing. Animal remains could be explained by a disturbed man living rough near the woods. A hatchet could be a tool. Bottles and food cans and a sleeping bag all belonged to the same rough category of transient survival. But 3 old cabin keys hanging from a branch did not belong to accident. They implied access, repetition, previous doors. I pictured them immediately without needing to see them. Metal gone dull orange at the rings, keys mismatched in shape and age, hanging from low bark like little trophies or tools left ready for use. Their being suspended instead of tossed in the milk crate mattered somehow. It made them feel selected, preserved, made visible to the person staying there. Could they be for this place? I asked. Not these ones, the deputy said. This one's keypad. That should have helped. It didn't. If they weren't for this cabin, then they were for others.
The older deputy asked me again, more directly this time. You're certain he said he was the owner, or something close to it? Yes. He used the word maintenance? I don't think so. Maybe property manager, something like that. One of the other deputies, the younger one with mud dried up his boot, spoke from near the door. We had a call a few weeks back from another short-term rental outside Mill Creek. Woman said a male approached after dark, claimed he was there to check something on the property. The room went still around that sentence. The older deputy looked at him. You thinkin' same guy? The younger one shrugged in that careful law enforcement way that meant yes without wanting the responsibility of saying yes too early. Description's not far off, he said. She said bald or shaved, beard, heavy jacket. Told her he was with maintenance. My skin prickled. What happened? I asked. The younger deputy hesitated only because he seemed to be deciding how much to tell me. She opened the door. The words landed like a drop. Not because he emphasized them, he didn't. He said them flatly, almost gently, which made them hit even harder. How far? I asked. He looked at the older deputy, then back at me. Farther than tonight. No one filled in the silence after that. He didn't need to tell me whether the other woman had been assaulted, robbed, cornered, or simply frightened badly enough to call once the man left. The point had already crossed over. There had been another rental, another woman presumably alone or looking alone enough. Another late-night approach under an excuse connected to property access. Another man using belonging as cover. What I had been trying all night to reduce into one strange encounter no longer held. This may be a pattern. The thought came into my head with a strange, cold clarity. Not hysteria, not imagination. Pattern. The kind of word you use when random fear hardens into structure. I thought back to the way he had stood on the porch, not nervous, not fumbling for a believable lie. The question about whether I was alone, the second visit, the movement from the front door to the window, the exact way he had worked the weak latch. Practiced, I had said. I heard my own voice from a few minutes before and knew now that it had been true in the way I had not fully understood when I said it. The older deputy asked if the host had replied yet. I checked my phone. Still nothing. The unread message sat there beneath the booking details,
like proof of how little the official channels of the place understood what had been happening around it. "Did you just stop by the cabin?" No reply, no correction, no warning, no immediate explanation. Just a rental property standing alone at the end of a pine-lined drive, while something in the woods nearby developed habits around temporary guests.
One of the deputies outside called in that the camp area had been photographed, and they were collecting what they could that night. Another muttered that they'd need daylight to do it right. The older deputy nodded and asked for the county unit again, though he sounded like a man who already knew nothing about this would move quickly enough to give me the kind of closure I wanted. Closure. That wasn't even the right word anymore. I had wanted the night to become explainable, to shrink back down into one intruder, one attempted break-in, one near miss. But the camp in the trees and the keys on the branch killed that version cleanly. The man outside my window was no longer just a figure attached to this cabin. He was part of a method, a landscape, a system of isolation, temporary occupancy, and confidence borrowed from places that were never truly watched. I stopped seeing him as one strange man in the dark and started seeing him as something worse. A pattern that had learned where people came to feel briefly safe and how little it took to stand at the door and ask to be let in. They did not let me leave alone. I'm grateful for that now, though at the time it embarrassed me in the irrational way shock embarrasses people. I kept wanting to insist I was fine, that I could drive myself, that I didn't need the extra attention. But the truth was, my hands were still unsteady. My thoughts kept slipping out of order, and every time I looked toward the trees, my body reacted before my mind did. The deputies did not argue with me about it. One of them simply said there was a motel about 25 minutes back toward the highway, and another said they'd follow me there. Not escort me, follow me. That choice of wording was probably deliberate. It made the whole thing feel less like I was being handled and more like I was being helped. Still, when I carried my bag out to the car, I could feel all three of them watching the dark around the cabin instead of me, and that did more to chill me than anything else. It meant that even after everything we'd found, the forced window, the skull, the hatchet, the camp, and the trees, they still did not trust the woods to be empty. I threw my bag into the passenger seat rather than the back, got in, locked the doors immediately, and sat there for a second with both hands on the steering wheel, staring at my own face reflected faintly in the windshield. My expression looked unfamiliar. Not wild, not tearful, just flattened, drained out, like my body had used up every unnecessary motion and was now running only the systems required to get from one place to another. One patrol unit pulled in front of me at the mouth of the pine-lined drive. Another stayed behind. I looked once in the rearview mirror before starting the car. The cabin sat there between the trees, with the front door shut and the patrol lights washing red-blue over the siding in pulses. In that light, it looked less like a rental and more like a lie someone had built carefully over old wood. The porch, the low roofline, the dark window where his face had appeared, all of it seemed smaller now, shabbier, somehow meaner. And beyond it, past the reach of the patrol beams, the tree line looked whole again, as if it had already swallowed any trace of the man who ran into it. The drive back out felt longer than the drive in, maybe because I knew too much now. The corridor of pines was no longer just eerie decoration. It was a funnel, a screen,
a way of turning a property into its own sealed-off world for anyone arriving after dark. My headlights reached between the trunks and slid over damp gravel, while the patrol car ahead of me moved slowly enough that I kept wanting to tell him I was not a child. I could drive. I didn't need to be babysat. But underneath that reflexive pride was a simpler truth. I did not want to be the only vehicle on that road. Once we reached the main gravel stretch, then finally the highway, my body loosened a fraction. It wasn't relief exactly.
More like my nervous system recognizing old forms of danger and accepting them as preferable. Highway lights, reflective road signs, opposing traffic, a truck stop in the distance, a gas station glowing over the shoulder. The ugly infrastructure of ordinary America had never looked so human. By the time the motel came into view, I could have kissed the place. It was the kind of roadside building I would have rolled my eyes at under any normal circumstance. 2 stories, exterior walkways, soda machine buzzing near the office, pale stucco gone gray in spots, a lobby with a fake ficus and a coffee dispenser that probably hadn't been cleaned right in weeks. The vacancy sign flickered at one corner. Somebody had draped a towel over the railing outside one of the upper rooms. 2 pickup trucks sat in the lot under harsh sodium lights, and a woman in a sweatshirt smoked beside the ice machine while looking at her phone. It was perfect. That isn't nostalgia talking. It was ugly, overlit, noisy, and deeply comforting because other people were there. Not good people necessarily, not people I trusted, just people, visible, nearby, ordinary enough to create friction in the world. Noise meant witnesses, thin walls meant proximity, bad decor meant staff. I had spent less than 1 night in the cabin, and already I would have traded every staged throw blanket and every carefully photographed pine for 1 buzzing vending machine and a clerk behind plexiglass. The deputy in front waited until I parked, then got out and walked with me to the office. The clerk at the desk looked half asleep and only half interested in why a patrol car had followed me in. The deputy kept it simple. She needs a room for the night. Put her near the office if possible. Let us know if there's any issue. The clerk nodded, slid a plastic keycard envelope across the counter, and asked for my ID, with the bored impatience of somebody who had no intention of becoming emotionally invested in another person's midnight problem. That too helped. No mystery, no charm, no cozy bullshit, just a room with a door, lights, a lock, and other breathing people on the other side of the walls. I thanked the deputy, and he said to keep the door locked, call if I needed anything, and let them know before I left in the morning if I remembered anything else. Then he went back outside, and just like that I was handed over from one kind of system to another, the emergency one to the commercial one, sheriff's department to budget motel, danger to survivable discomfort. My room smelled faintly of old smoke and aggressive linen cleaner. The bedspread was thin. The carpet felt tacky in one spot near the air unit. There was a humming vending machine outside my door, and an ice maker clattering somewhere down the breezeway. A semi downshifted on the highway every few minutes, its engine noise dragging low and familiar through the night. Somebody in the next room coughed twice, hard enough that I could tell the wall between us was basically decorative. It was wonderful. I double-locked the door, shoved the chair from the desk against it anyway, then stood in the middle of the room and listened. Voices outside, a car door slamming, the muted rise of an argument from somewhere on the second floor.
Man and woman, not violent, just drunk and tired. The elevatorless foot traffic of people coming and going, shoes on concrete. Someone laughing too loudly near the vending machine. Human sound layered over itself until none of it had sharp edges. I sat on the bed and finally let myself call someone. Not my sister this time. She would hear too much in my voice and panic.
I called a friend of mine from home instead. Someone practical. Someone who had known me long enough not to overreact, but well enough to take my tone seriously. He answered on the third ring with a sleep-heavy, "You okay?" And because hearing a familiar voice almost made me cry, I immediately minimized everything. "Yeah," I said. "I'm fine. Sorry, I just had kind of a weird situation at the place I booked." "What kind of weird?" "Some guy came by pretending to be with the property," I said. "Wouldn't leave. I called the cops, they checked it out. I'm at a motel now." There was a pause on the line. "That's not a weird situation," he said. "That's a bad situation." "I know. Are you safe right now?" "Yes." The answer was true enough, and I clung to it. He asked if I wanted him to stay on the phone. I said no. He offered to help me find another place tomorrow, or call around if I needed him to. I said it was under control. I kept my voice level. I left out the skull. I left out the camp. I left out the fact that another woman at another rental had almost certainly met the same man before me. Saying those things out loud would have moved the night from frightening into real, and I was not ready for that yet. After we hung up, I sat on the bed with the phone in both hands and listened to the motel breathe around me. That is what it sounded like, a shabby, populated building breathing through bad ventilation and thin walls. The hum of the soda machine, the rattle of ice dropping somewhere into a bin, the rise and fall of traffic on the highway, the occasional footsteps outside my door. I had spent hours in places far nicer than that room and felt far less protected. Safety, I realized then, had almost nothing to do with beauty. The cabin had been cleaner, quieter, prettier in photographs, and infinitely more dangerous. The motel was all compromise and fluorescent honesty. It made no promise except proximity to other lives, and for that reason, it felt more solid than any scenic rental ever would again. I tried to sleep. I failed. Every time footsteps passed outside, my body snapped awake before my mind could register the sound belonged to some tired trucker or somebody headed to the ice machine. The walls were thin enough that I could hear a television in another room running low beneath someone's conversation, then going silent, then returning after a while. Sometime after 1 a.m, a toilet flushed nearby, and the pipes kicked in with a shudder. I did not resent any of it. Every sound proved the world remained occupied, but the night kept replaying itself anyway. He asked if I was alone. He disappeared from the door without sound. He knew which window to try. Those 3 facts kept circling in my head, stripping away every softer interpretation I'd tried to force onto the situation earlier. He had not just been creepy. He had tested me, tested the cabin, tested the space between what a woman will rationalize and what she will refuse. At some point after 2, I checked the booking app again. The listing was still active. Same photos, same soft wording,
Same clean little promises. Quiet, private, cozy, ideal for disconnecting. The image of the pine-lined drive remained on the screen like the first line of a lie. Nothing on the page suggested patrol lights in the yard, a forced window latch, or a camp hidden in the woods beyond the property. Nothing warned the next person scrolling in a grocery store parking lot that the place had already become a pattern around someone else's habits. I stared at the host profile again and wondered whether he had any idea what had grown near his rental. Then, finally, a message came through. Not a typing bubble, not a fast reply, a full message, longer than I expected, sent all at once. No, that was not me. I am nowhere near the property tonight. I am so sorry.
Please tell me you are safe. I have had no reason to be there, and no one should have come by. I am calling the sheriff now. Please do not stay there. I read it twice, then a third time. Panic, confusion, genuine alarm. If the message was fake, it was an excellent performance. But I didn't think it was fake. Something about the way it was written, too wordy, too immediate in its disavowal, felt real in the ordinary, human way real panic tends to feel. I typed back only, I'm at a motel. Police were there. He tried the window. The host replied almost immediately this time. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I was never there. I have no local maintenance person. That line stayed with me the longest. I have no local maintenance person. It removed the last easy excuse. There was no helper, no handyman, no co-host, no awkward local guy who had overstepped. Just a man in the dark borrowing the language of ownership because he knew how powerful it sounded at the door of a temporary place. I didn't answer after that. I locked the phone and set it on the bedside table. Outside, someone laughed again near the ice machine. A truck engine turned over in the lot. Somewhere down the hall, a woman shut a door hard enough to rattle the frame. I lay there, staring at the stained ceiling, telling myself the same thing over and over until it almost sounded true. Once I get home, I'm done with this. The drive home the next day should have felt like a finish line. Instead, it felt like something I had to endure quietly until I could shut my own door behind me and let the whole thing flatten into a bad story with a beginning, a middle, and an end. I drank terrible motel coffee from a paper cup that bent too easily in my hand, loaded my bag into the car, and pulled out just after sunrise while the parking lot was still silver with cold. The world looked offensively normal in daylight. Trucks on the highway, gas stations opening, people in work boots buying breakfast sandwiches and energy drinks, a mother strapping a child into a booster seat in the lot beside mine. It was impossible to reconcile any of it with the fact that less than 12 hours earlier, I had been standing in a cabin doorway with deputies talking in low voices over a skull in the leaves. Daylight did not make it better. It only made the night feel harder to explain. I was tired in a way that went past sleep. My body had never really come down from the adrenaline, and now it seemed to be collecting interest on it. Everything felt a little brittle. The steering wheel under my hands, the inside of my mouth, dry no matter how much water I drank, the skin beneath my eyes. Even my thoughts had that overhandled quality to them,
like if I pushed one too far, it might snap into something unhelpful and stay there all day.
I kept the radio on most of the drive, not because I was listening, but because silence in the car had started to feel too close to the silence in the cabin. Talk radio, weather reports, a morning DJ laughing too hard at something that wasn't funny, traffic updates for cities still a couple hours away, any of it was better than being alone with the replay in my head. He asked if I was alone. He moved from the door to the window without sound. He knew exactly which part of the cabin would give. I stopped twice for gas and once for coffee I didn't need. Each time, I felt almost absurdly grateful for fluorescent lights, security cameras, open coolers humming against the wall, people making ordinary decisions around me. At one gas station, a man in paint-splattered work pants stood too close in line, and my whole body tightened before my brain had any evidence to justify it. He was probably just tired and in a hurry. I knew that. My nervous system didn't care. By the time I finally got home, the day had flattened into that washed-out afternoon light that makes everything look temporarily unreal. My building, my apartment, my exact same ordinary place, looked so unchanged that I had to stand outside it for a second before going in. The same two cars parked in familiar spots. The same cracked edge of the curb near the mailbox cluster. The same potted plant outside my neighbor's door gone half brown because she always forgot to water it and then overwatered it when she remembered. I unlocked my door and stepped inside. The smell of my own place hit me first. Coffee, dust, laundry detergent, the faint stale warmth of rooms that have been closed up a day or two. I don't think I understood until that moment how much I had been waiting for that smell. Home has a physical reality to it that we stop noticing until it has to compete with somewhere else. The cabin had smelled like bleach over rot. The motel had smelled like cleaner over old smoke. My place smelled like my actual life. For the first few minutes, that was enough. I dropped my keys in the ceramic bowl by the door, set my bag down beside the kitchen counter, kicked off my shoes, turned on the coffee maker with the kind of urgency people usually reserve for minor medical equipment. The kitchen looked exactly as I'd left it. A stack of unopened mail half slid under a grocery coupon, 2 mugs in the sink, a banana going too soft in the fruit bowl, a laundry basket full of clean clothes I had never folded. Ordinary clutter. The little, disrespected ecosystems of daily life. I could have cried from relief just looking at them. That feeling lasted maybe 10 minutes, long enough to pour coffee, long enough to wash my face, long enough to stand at the counter staring at my own refrigerator magnets like they represented a functioning universe. Then I brought my duffel into the bedroom and started unpacking. It should have been a mindless task. Dirty clothes into one pile, chargers into the drawer, toiletries back in the bathroom. The kind of small domestic reset that tells your body a trip is over. Instead, it became the second time the night at the cabin reached for me. I unzipped the duffel and started pulling things out without much thought. Clean shirt I hadn't worn, charger cords, travel-size shampoo, socks, the hoodie I'd thrown on at the motel. Then, one of the t-shirts from the bottom of the bag came up stiff in one folded corner, and I frowned before I even saw why. There was dried mud on the hem. Not a dramatic amount, just a smear at first glance. Brown and flaked where the fabric had folded against itself. I stared at it for a second, trying to place it.
I had not worn that shirt at the cabin. I was almost certain of that immediately. I had packed it as an extra. The shirt I'd slept in was a different one, still draped over the motel bathroom rod in my memory before I had thrown it into the bag that morning.
This shirt should have been clean. It had been folded inside the duffel beneath other things. There was no obvious reason for dirt to be on it at all. I told myself I must have dropped it somewhere while repacking. The motel parking lot, the trunk, maybe the floor of the cabin when I grabbed things too fast. Maybe an officer's boots had tracked something in and I had set the bag down in it without noticing. There were so many small chances for dirt to move from one place to another during a bad night. That was the reasonable explanation. The only explanation. Still, I brought the shirt closer to the window. The mud looked darker than ordinary road dirt. Not fresh, wet dark, more like it had dried from something richer than dust. There were tiny leaf fragments worked into it, one bit of pine needle, and a smell that rose only when I disturbed the dried smear with my thumb. Faint, but there. Wet leaves, rust, something old and animal. I froze. It was not a strong smell. If I had encountered it outside, I might not have noticed at all. But in the clean, bright privacy of my own bedroom, with afternoon light on the carpet and the coffee maker still ticking in the kitchen, it felt invasive in a way the cabin had not. At the cabin, everything had smelled wrong. Here, one wrong smell had no place to hide. I carried the shirt into the kitchen and laid it on the counter under the overhead light. The mud flaked a little as I unfolded the fabric. That was when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a pale chip caught in the dry dirt. Paint, maybe. A bit of grit. But when I nudged it free with the edge of a spoon, it came loose in one piece and tapped against the laminate with a tiny, hard sound that made my stomach lurch. It was a fragment of bone, no bigger than a fingernail clipping, narrow on one side, slightly curved on the other, porous in the middle where the break had torn through. One edge was darkened with something reddish-brown, not bright enough to be fresh blood, not clean enough to be harmless. There were threads of dried dirt stuck in the tiny pits of it. I stared at it for far too long. There is a stage of recognition before acceptance that feels almost physically painful. Your mind offers explanation after explanation, each one worse because none of them solve the real problem, which is not, what is this, but how did it get here? From the porch, I told myself immediately, it had to be from the porch. From the ground, from the deputy's boots, from the leaves near the steps where I had stood when they found the skull. Maybe I had brushed against something getting into the car. Maybe the duffel had touched the gravel. Maybe the police had set something down near my belongings while they spoke to me. Maybe it had been in the cabin already, some old harmless speck of animal remains tracked in who knows when. Anything accidental, anything impersonal. Anything but the image already forming in the back of my mind. His hands on the bag. Him close enough to my things to transfer the outside of that place into the inside of mine. I picked up the bone fragment between two paper towels, then immediately wished I hadn't, because the act of lifting it made it more real. Under the bright kitchen light, it looked worse than it had on the shirt. Not because it changed, because now it was isolated, singular, specific.
A tiny white thing with dark residue on one edge, resting in the fold of disposable paper like something from a crime scene that had lost its context but not its charge. I dropped it into the trash. The motion was quick, instinctive, not thought, just refusal. Then I stood there with my hand still on the cabinet edge and stared at the trash can as if it had spoken. Maybe 20 seconds passed. Then I pulled the bag out, peeled back the top layer of coffee grounds and junk mail and a takeout lid, and dug for it.
My hands were shaking by then. Not dramatically, just enough to make the paper rustle louder than it should have. When I found the little towel-wrapped fragment again, I almost threw up from the relief of having it back where I could see it. That was when I understood the problem clearly. If I threw it away, I was pretending I didn't want to know. If I kept it, I was admitting I might already know enough. I found a zip-top sandwich bag in the junk drawer, the cheap kind with one corner always stubborn to open, and slid the bone fragment inside with the paper towel still wrapped around it. Then I hesitated and went back for the shirt too. I cut off the dirty hem with kitchen scissors because I could not bear the thought of laundering it and losing whatever trace was there. That piece went into another bag. The smell seemed stronger once sealed. Maybe that was imagination, or maybe enclosing it in plastic kept it from diffusing into the room. Either way, when I held the bag up under the kitchen light, the contents looked worse than they ever had in the cabin. At the cabin, bone and dirt belonged to the night, the woods, the steps, the grotesque scene outside the porch. In my kitchen, against magnets and unopened mail and the hum of my own refrigerator, they looked obscene, imported, like part of the place had traveled home disguised as trace evidence. I thought about sending it in, to the sheriff's office, to a lab, to anyone whose job it was to tell me exactly what kind of bone it was, and whether the dark material on it was blood, mud, tissue, or nothing that mattered. I even looked up the non-emergency number and stared at it for a full minute. Then I set the phone down. I did not call. That choice is hard to explain without sounding cowardly, but cowardly isn't the right word. It was more intimate than that. I was not afraid of a legal process or inconvenience. I was afraid of confirmation. Afraid that a stranger in an office might reduce the thing to a fact, and that fact would then live permanently beside everything I remembered from the cabin. Human or animal, fresh or old, trace or nothing. As long as I did not ask, the object remained suspended in the unbearable space between evidence and contamination. And somehow, that felt easier to live with than certainty. I put the bag inside an empty takeout container, snapped the lid shut, and shoved it to the back of the refrigerator. Then I stood there, in my own kitchen, staring at the closed door, and realized the part that frightened me most was no longer the bone itself. It was the intimacy of it. Whatever had touched my bag, whether it was the porch, the ground, the steps, his hand, his clothing, the edge of the window, some chain of contact I would never reconstruct, had been close enough to touch my things.
For the rest of that day, I kept telling myself I was home now. And because I was home, the story should begin behaving like a finished thing. That was the fantasy, anyway. Finished things stay where they happen. They become anecdotes, cautionary tales, ugly memories you can place on a shelf and revisit only when you choose to. What happened instead was quieter and, in some ways, worse. The cabin didn't keep reaching at me through fresh danger. It reached through doubt. Once the bone fragment was sealed away and the coffee had gone cold on the counter, I sat down with my phone and laptop and started reconstructing the timeline. I did not call it that in my head at first. I told myself I was just getting organized, saving screenshots, making notes in case the sheriff's office followed up, making sure I remembered things clearly before sleep blurred them further. Practical tasks, reasonable tasks. But almost immediately it became something more obsessive than practical.
I wanted to know exactly when the night had turned. Not emotionally, logistically. What time I arrived, what time I unlocked the door, how long I sat at the table eating when the first knock came, how long he stood there, how long I hesitated before checking the host profile, how long I spent pacing, showering, rechecking windows, trying to settle down. How much time passed between his leaving the first time and returning the second. I opened my map's history first. The route showed me leaving the highway, turning down the gravel road, then a final pin near the property. That part matched what I remembered. Arrival just after dark, later than I would have liked, but not absurdly late. Then I checked the booking confirmation and the keypad instructions, trying to anchor the night to digital facts. I had opened the email again at the stop sign before turning off the highway. That timestamp held. Then a text to my sister after I got inside. That timestamp held too. So far, fine. Then things got less clean. I scrolled through my messages, app usage, and recent photos, trying to build the sequence from the debris of ordinary phone behavior. But the cabin's weak service had left odd, soft gaps everywhere. Some things had gone through late. Some actions had clearly registered, even though the corresponding cloud sync hadn't. I found myself staring at tiny discrepancies that would not have mattered on any normal day and treating them like evidence. Did I send the text to my sister before I sat down to eat, or after I'd already started? Did I open the host profile immediately after the first knock, or did I stand by the curtain longer than I remembered? How long was I actually in the shower? 5 minutes? 8? 12? That last one bothered me most. I had been so sure, in the immediate retelling to police and then to myself, that I had only showered briefly. Quick rinse, no delay, no long period of vulnerability. But memory under stress isn't a recording. It's a patch job. When I tried to mentally walk back through the bathroom part of the night, I found stretches of it that were precise, and others that blurred at the edges. I remembered turning on the fan. I remembered the first rush of hot water. I remembered pausing when I thought I heard something through the noise. I remembered telling myself it was plumbing. But I did not remember exactly how long I stood listening with the shower off. I did not remember whether I checked the front room from the bedroom first or went straight to the bathroom. I did not remember if the front curtain had already been sitting slightly wrong before I got into bed, or if I only noticed that after he came back. None of this was supernatural. I knew that. Fatigue and adrenaline are enough to damage continuity all by themselves. But knowing the reason for the holes didn't make the holes feel any less dangerous, because once I admitted they existed, the next question arrived naturally. What happened during the part I can't account for. I looked through the photos on my phone next, even though I did not remember taking any meaningful pictures inside the cabin. There were only a few from the day before. One terrible shot of roadside clouds through a dirty windshield, a gas pump receipt I had photographed for reimbursement, a blurry snap of the burger menu board while waiting in the drive-thru, probably because I meant to text a joke about prices to someone and never did. Then, further down, I found one image from inside the cabin. I had forgotten taking it entirely. It wasn't deliberate, not really, more like an accidental live photo, the kind you trigger while shifting the phone from hand to hand. The frame itself showed almost nothing of interest. The small kitchen table, my drink cup, a corner of the bed in the background, the room slightly skewed because I hadn't been trying to compose anything. For a second, I almost closed it. Then I noticed the reflection. At the far left edge of the image, barely visible in the dark glass of the living room window, there was a shape that did not belong cleanly to the room. Not a person, exactly. Not proof. A dim vertical interruption in the reflection, lower and darker than the lamp line should have been. Maybe the edge of my own shoulder caught at the wrong angle. Maybe the curtain. Maybe nothing at all except that nasty trick dark glass plays where interior light and outside shadow blend into nonsense. I opened the live photo and let the half-second motion play. The image wobbled slightly, my hand shifting, the room moving in miniature. The reflection changed with it. For the briefest instant, I thought I saw that dim form hold steady, while the rest of the reflected room moved around it. Then it was gone. Or maybe it had never been there in the first place. I replayed it 12 times, then 20. I zoomed in until the image turned grainy and useless. I adjusted brightness. I turned the phone sideways. None of it helped. The shape remained exactly what I most feared and least wanted. Suggestive. Enough to unsettle. Not enough to prove anything. If I had shown it to another person cold, they would have squinted and said, I don't know, probably just glare. And they would have been right, maybe. But the fact that the image existed at all pulled at me. If the reflection did capture him, then it meant he may have been outside the cabin before the first knock, near enough to the window to be reflected while I moved around inside without knowing it. Near enough that what I had experienced as an initial approach might only have been the first moment I consciously registered him. I checked the timestamp. That made things worse, not better. The photo had been taken earlier than I would have guessed, close enough to my arrival that it overlapped with the period I had mentally filed as mundane settling in time. Bag down, food out, jacket off. The part of the evening when I still believed the place belonged to me for the night. I began rebuilding the sequence from there. Arrival, unlock door, enter, quick check of windows, set bag down, start charging phone, text sister, maybe set food on the table. At some point, accidental photo. Then what? Did I hear anything outside then and dismiss it? Did I move past the window while he was already standing somewhere beyond it? Was he watching the cabin from the trees and only approached the porch once he had confirmed I was alone? The more I tried to answer those questions, the more I found myself circling the same dangerous possibility. The first knock might not have been first contact. It may have only been the first overt move.
I looked at my app usage next and found an odd gap that made me feel briefly sick. Not a dramatic one, not hours, just a stretch where my phone activity stopped being consistent with how I remembered acting. I had expected to see a neat line of normal gestures: text sent, booking app opened, browser, maybe, social media, then nothing as I fell asleep. Instead, there was a blank patch where service appeared to drop, and some actions either failed to log or registered late.
The exact span was hard to pin down because the cabin had weak reception, but the effect was obvious enough. There were minutes from that night that existed more in my body than in the record. It should not have mattered. People are not their phone logs. But when you are trying to prove to yourself that a bad experience had clear edges, the loss of those edges becomes intolerable. I opened my notes app and started writing out everything I could remember in order. I arrived. I checked the windows. I ate. He knocked. He said he was with the property. He asked if I was alone. I checked the profile. It wasn't him. I paced. I moved the chair. I showered. I got into bed. He came back. I read the list twice. Then I inserted a phrase after I showered. I think. That was when I finally understood what had been gnawing at me since the motel. The missing minutes were not missing because something impossible had happened. They were missing because the whole night had been lived under stacked impairments. Fatigue from the drive, low-level physical discomfort, poor signal, isolation, stress, and then acute fear. Any one of those things makes memory less reliable. Combined, they leave holes. But holes in memory do not stay empty. Fear fills them. What if he tested the front door before the first knock, and I mistook the sound for the house settling? What if the metallic tick I heard in the trees when I got out of the car had been him touching something, wire, tool, belt clip, while watching me unload? What if he moved around the porch while I was in the shower? What if the curtain edge had been torn that night, not before? What if the mud on the threshold came from him, not old Ware? What if he checked the car before he came to the door, and that is how something from outside reached my bag later? That last thought I tried not to entertain for long. It led too quickly to uglier ideas. Still, once it appeared, I could not fully put it down. I went back to the live photo one more time. Again, that dim shape in the reflection. Again, not enough to prove. Again, enough to suggest. I set the phone face down on the table and pressed both palms against my eyes until colored static bloomed under them. Up to that point, the question haunting me had been simple. Why did he come back? Why return after I refused him once? Why risk calling attention to himself? Why not leave the property and try somewhere easier another night? But after sitting in my own kitchen with the blurred image, the app gaps, and the knowledge that parts of the night were no longer fixed in memory, that question changed. It stopped being about his second approach and became something colder. How long had he already been there? For the first few days after I got home, I treated the whole thing like a problem that could be solved by behaving correctly. That sounds colder than it felt at the time. I was not trying to be detached because I didn't care. I was trying to be detached because caring too much, too fast, made the whole thing start to blur at the edges again. Fear is slippery that way. If you let it expand without structure, it stops being a memory and turns into atmosphere. It gets into everything, every footstep in the hall, every knock somewhere in the building,
every glance at a dark window after sunset. So I decided to handle it like an adult. That was the phrase I used in my own head, and I hated how much it sounded like something somebody says right before they begin quietly unraveling. Still, the idea helped. Handle it like an adult meant no dramatics, no doom scrolling, no spinning theories until 3 in the morning. It meant documentation, screenshots, saved messages,
The police case number written down in a place I wouldn't lose it. Dates, times, names, descriptions, facts before feelings. I made a folder on my laptop desktop and gave it a name so flat it almost made me laugh. Cabin Incident. Inside it, I dropped everything I had. Screenshots of the booking, screenshots of the host profile, the messages I had sent through the app, the reply that came too late. No, that was not me. I am nowhere near the property tonight. Please tell me you are safe. The follow-up message where he said he had no local maintenance person. Photos of the reservation information. Notes from memory, typed up more cleanly than the shaking version I had written in my kitchen that first day. I included the sheriff's case number, the date, the rough timeline, my description of the man. In the details, I had almost felt embarrassed to tell the deputies. The smell, the delayed smile, the question about whether I was alone. Writing it all down made me feel more stable for about an hour. Then it made me angry. The anger came late, which I think is normal when fear gets there first. Terror is immediate. It occupies the body. Anger needs space to move in afterward. Once I was sitting at my table, in daylight, with my phone charging on my own counter and the folder filling up on my screen, I stopped seeing the event only as something that had almost happened to me. I started seeing the infrastructure around it. A property, a listing, reviews, an app, a host, a pattern of booking strangers into isolation and letting the rest be dismissed as atmosphere. So I went back to the listing. It was still live. Same professionally flat photos, same warm, stupid wording about quiet and privacy and an ideal place to disconnect. Same pine-lined driveway looking picturesque instead of funneled. Same bedroom image that still made me uncomfortable if I stared at the reflection too long. Nothing in the page itself had changed except me. I began reading the reviews more carefully than I had the first time. The first pass was the version every tired traveler does. Star rating, recent enough dates, any obvious disaster stories, then decision. This time I read them like a suspicious person reads a contract. Slowly. Looking for pattern rather than summary. Looking for what people almost said. Most of them were harmless. Clean place. Easy check-in, good for one night, quiet, cute, great stop on a road trip. The usual transactional gratitude people feel toward a bed they only needed briefly. But threaded between them were lines that looked different now that I knew what I knew. Beautiful but isolated. At first that had sounded like praise. Now it read like a warning in polite clothes. Host communication was unusual, but we got it worked out. Unusual how? Delayed? Confusing? Did someone else show up? Did they decide it was easier not to clarify what had happened because their stay had ended without a direct threat? Locks could use updating. That one I read 3 times. Not the windows, specifically, not the living room latch, just locks, plural.
in the flattened diplomatic language people use when they do not want to sound dramatic in public. If I had seen that line before the trip, I still might have booked the place. That was the ugly part. Reviews train you to normalize discomfort, to translate vague concern into harmless imperfection, unless somebody outright says, "A man tried to get in while I was there." And even then, depending on the platform, you half expect the comment to be removed. There was one review in particular that snagged in my mind. 4 stars. Not recent, but not ancient.
It said the cabin was clean. The check-in was simple. But they had left earlier than planned because the energy around the place was off after dark. I almost rolled my eyes at that phrasing the first time I read it. Energy around the place. That is exactly the kind of language practical people learn to ignore. It suggests vibes, nerves, overactive imagination, something too subjective to be actionable. But now I looked at it and saw what it might really have been. Someone sensing a pattern they could not justify in direct terms. Maybe hearing movement outside, maybe being watched, maybe feeling the same thing I had felt when the woods around the cabin seemed too quiet in a deliberate way. I refreshed the page and kept reading. A few minutes later, I went looking for that same review again. It was gone. I stared at the review list, sorted it different ways, refreshed, checked archived tabs, even logged out and back in. Nothing. The other reviews remained. That one had vanished. Maybe the guest deleted it. Maybe the platform filtered it. Maybe I had misremembered the exact wording and was chasing the wrong entry. All of those explanations were possible, but the timing of it set my teeth on edge. That was the problem with the whole situation by then. Almost everything had a plausible explanation. Weak windows happen. Hosts reply late. Remote cabins attract odd complaints. Reviews disappear. None of it individually proves malice. What changes is the accumulation, the repetition, the way normal explanations start arranging themselves into cover. I called the host again that afternoon. He answered on the second ring this time, sounding like a man who had either been waiting for the call or dreading it. His voice was different now than it had been in messages, older than I expected, tighter. The first few seconds had that defensive politeness people slip into when they know an interaction might cost them something. Reputation, money, legal trouble, some combination of all three. He asked how I was. I said, "I'm home." That was not really an answer, and he seemed to recognize that. He apologized again, more than once, said he was still shocked by what happened, said he had spoken to the sheriff's office, said he was considering taking the listing down temporarily, though even the way he said temporarily irritated me. I let him talk for a minute, then asked the question I actually wanted answered. Has anything like this happened there before? Too long a pause. Not a huge one, not enough to hang up on, just long enough that I sat up straighter in my chair and stopped hearing everything else in the room. "What do you mean by like this?" he asked. I nearly laughed. The question was so careful it felt insulting. "A stranger came to the door, pretending to belong there," I said. "Then he came back and tried the window. Police found a camp in the trees. So I mean, anything that would have made you think guests weren't fully safe." He exhaled. I could hear him moving somewhere on his end, maybe pacing, maybe just shifting the phone in his hand. "There have been complaints," he said finally. Complaints. Another flattening word. Another way of sanding down fear until it sounds like customer service. What kind of complaints? A few guests over the years said they felt uncomfortable, he said. One or two left early, nothing I could verify. Rural properties get strange stories. People hear animals, they get spooked, they think someone was outside when maybe it was nothing. You know how remote places can be. That admission made me angrier than I expected, and anger, unlike panic, made my voice very calm. No, I said. Actually, I don't know how remote places can be. What I know is a man showed up at the door of your rental, lied about belonging there, and knew which window would open. He started apologizing again. This time it sounded less like concern and more like self-protection. Not fake exactly, just mixed. That is the word I would use for him if I had to be fair. Mixed. I think he was genuinely rattled. I also think he was defensive because he understood the shape of his own negligence and did not want to name it cleanly. He said he had never had proof of anything serious before. Said guests in remote areas sometimes overreacted to isolation. Said one couple had left early last year because they didn't like the woods at night, which was such a stupid sentence I had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from interrupting him. He mentioned a guest who complained that someone may have come onto the porch one evening, but they had not called police and there had been no damage. So what was he supposed to do with that exactly? That question did it, because the answer was obvious. You change the locks, you fix the windows, you install actual exterior lighting. You take the listing down until you understand what is happening. You stop renting the place to tired strangers passing through just because there is still money to be made while the danger remains deniable. Instead, what he had done, what men like him always do, I realized in that moment, was sort discomfort into a cheaper category. Weird stories, nervous guests, remote property jitters, nothing I could verify. A whole vocabulary of profitable dismissal. I looked around my apartment while he kept talking. My coffee cup in the sink, the unopened mail, the laundry basket, my ordinary life sitting there, intact, while his words made something cold and mechanical click into place in my head. People like me had been put in that cabin over and over again, because the version of the truth that cost less was easier to live with. Not just me, any solo traveler, any woman alone for one night, any couple who felt uneasy and chose not to embarrass themselves by making it a bigger deal. The system depended on hesitation, on vagueness, on the fact that fear is harder to report than damage. I asked him, did anyone ever describe the same man? He went quiet again. Then he said, carefully, no one gave me anything specific enough to act on. That was not a no. I noticed that immediately. It meant there had been descriptions, fragments, enough for him to choose that wording instead of a clean denial. Maybe not enough to build a police sketch, maybe not enough to prove identity, but enough to have existed. When I hung up, I sat at my kitchen table for a long time with the phone face down beside me. The practical folder on my laptop remained open. The listing was still live in one tab. The reviews looked normal again, if I squinted. The whole thing could still, from the outside, be mistaken for a bad one-off night. But I no longer believed that. What had happened to me was not just the story of one man at one cabin. It was a story about repetition, protected by uncertainty, about how many warnings it takes before anyone is willing to interrupt business with caution, about the way women, travelers, and temporary occupants
are expected to tolerate a low dose of menace and call it nerves unless something clearly irreversible happens. By evening, my anger had settled into something colder and more useful. I wanted to know if anyone else had ever seen the same man. I did not find her quickly. That would have felt too neat.
What I found first was the usual layer of internet static that forms around any place people rent for 1 or 2 nights and then leave behind without consequence. Regional travel groups, road trip forums, old local Facebook posts about fishing conditions, restaurant recommendations in nearby towns, snow warnings, gas station complaints, people asking whether a county road was passable in winter, whether a certain lake cabin had decent Wi-Fi, whether anyone knew who managed a property after the ownership changed hands. Most of it had nothing to do with me. Most of it barely had anything to do with the cabin. But once you start looking for a pattern, you stop searching by place and start searching by shape. Remote rental, unannounced visitor, maintenance, owner came by, strange man outside cabin, left early, didn't feel safe, county road rental, host communication weird. I spent 2 evenings doing that instead of what I should have been doing, which was sleeping and allowing my nervous system to unclench. I told myself it was research, documentation, follow-up, something responsible. But after a certain point, it was obsession with a polite haircut. I would come home from work, make something easy for dinner, and then sit at my kitchen table with my laptop open and my phone beside it, searching phrases that made my own pulse tick harder when I typed them out. The sheriff's office had not followed up beyond a short call confirming my statement had been entered and that they were still looking into related information. The host had grown quieter after our last conversation, either because he had nothing useful to add or because he had realized every further exchange increased his risk of saying something he shouldn't. So I turned to the only remaining archive of vague discomfort in modern life. Strangers describing bad experiences online just clearly enough for someone else to recognize them. Eventually, in a local discussion thread that had drifted far off topic from cabin rentals into general area warnings, I found a short comment from months earlier. It was almost nothing. A woman said she had stayed at a short-term rental outside a nearby town and had a creepy encounter with a man claiming to be maintenance. She did not name the property. She did not name the platform. She said only that management had brushed it off afterward and she would never stay alone that far out again. No dramatic language, no ghost story tone, just one flat, irritated paragraph buried under 12 other comments about road conditions and one man arguing about deer season. That was enough. I reached out carefully, not wanting to sound deranged or invasive. I sent a private message explaining only the minimum. I had a disturbing experience at a cabin in the same general area. Law enforcement mentioned another incident involving someone posing as maintenance, and I wondered whether her situation might have involved the same man. She did not reply for almost a day. By the time her message came through, I had already convinced myself she either wouldn't answer at all or would tell me politely that I had the wrong person. Instead, she wrote back, "What did he look like?" I answered with more precision than I had realized I was capable of repeating so many days later. Shaved or bald head, thick beard with gray in it, heavy build, work jacket, calm voice, smelled like sweat and something metallic. Her response came almost immediately.
Did he say he was with the property? I stared at that sentence for a long time before typing, yes. First time he said something like owner or property manager.
Deputy later mentioned another woman had a man say maintenance.
Then she sent, that was him. I do not think I breathed for a few seconds after reading that. We ended up moving from messages to a phone call the next evening. I almost backed out beforehand. Some part of me still wanted the protection of abstraction. Once another person's voice entered the thing, the pattern would become harder to contain. Harder to tell myself I had simply had one horrible, isolated experience in the wrong place at the wrong time. She sounded younger than I expected and calmer than I was. Not calm in the sense of healed, calm in the way some people become after they have repeated a frightening story enough times to themselves that the fear hardens into precision. Her voice was level, practical, almost detached in spots. That made what she said worse, not better. It removed the possibility that either of us was feeding off the other's panic. We were just comparing facts.
She had rented another cabin, she said. Not the same one, but in the same broader rural area. She had been there alone for one night, maybe two. The place had been advertised the same way all of them are. Quiet, private, perfect retreat, disconnect from the world. Late afternoon arrival. No issues at first, no neighboring houses close enough to matter. Then, after dark, a man came to the door. What did he say? I asked. That he was there to check something on the property, she said. Water line, maybe, or electrical. I don't remember the exact excuse because, honestly, the excuse wasn't the thing that stuck. What stuck? A short pause. How easy he made it sound. That sentence settled into me immediately. Not threatening, not weird on the surface, just easy. She described him in pieces that matched mine too closely to dismiss. Bald or shaved head, beard, work-worn jacket, heavy shoulders. A face that wasn't unforgettable until you needed to remember it. And then, every detail seemed to arrive all at once. She had opened the door. That detail tightened something in my chest so sharply I had to stand up and move while she kept talking. I walked from my kitchen to the living room and back again without really deciding to. My body needed motion to hold still for the content. I know, she said before I could say anything, I know, it was stupid. It wasn't stupid, I said immediately, and I meant it. He had used belonging as cover. That was the whole point. Doors open more easily for men who seem authorized to be on the property. That truth made me hate him more than if he had simply tried brute force from the start. She said he stood just outside at first and spoke in a tone that suggested inconvenience rather than danger. Routine check, won't take long, need to make sure something's working. There had been no obvious aggression in him. No drunken sway, no yelling, no immediate profanity or desperation. Just a practiced social presence placed in the doorway like a tool. So she let him in a little. Not all the way, she clarified, but enough. Enough that he crossed the threshold and stood in the room. That part of her account unnerved me most, because it echoed exactly what had made my own first encounter feel wrong, even before it became openly dangerous. The way he looked around, not quickly, not as though searching for valuables, more like he was taking inventory of the space in relation to her. Distance, layout, exits. What kind of person had rented it? What kind of room she made when she occupied a place temporarily? He kept asking little things, she said. Like what? If I was from around there, if I was staying long, if I traveled by myself a lot, whether my boyfriend was meeting me later. She gave a short, humorless laugh. That kind of stuff. I leaned against the counter and closed my eyes. He had asked if I was alone. She had gotten the expanded version because she had given him access to the interior. The questions were not conversation. They were calibration. What did he do when he was inside? I asked. Mostly looked, she said. That was the part that bothered me after. He stood there looking around like he had all the time in the world, like he wasn't checking anything, just taking it in. How long? Too long. Again, that kind of answer could have sounded melodramatic from the wrong person. From her, it did not. She gave it the weight of measurement, not feeling. Too long because normal people have a rhythm when they come into a stranger's rented space with a legitimate reason. They identify the issue, explain themselves, fix it, leave. They do not stand still and absorb the room. He only left because I said I was calling someone, she said. Police? No, I just said I had already texted my brother the address, and if there was a problem, I'd call him. She paused. That changed him. How? He got polite again. That might have been the most frightening sentence in the whole conversation. Not angry again, not frightened, polite. As if his behavior had levels he could shift between depending on resistance. As if the social version of him and the invasive version of him belonged to the same system and he could move smoothly between them without strain. She said after that he smiled, apologized for the inconvenience, and left in a way so normal it almost made her question herself for several minutes after the door shut. She even wondered if she had overreacted. It was only later, when she tried to replay the conversation and account for how long he had stayed and what exactly he had looked at, that the fear really settled in. Then she said something I still think about. The worst part wasn't what he did, she told me. It was how normal he acted while deciding how far he could go. I wrote that down after we hung up, because I did not trust myself to ever phrase it better. That was exactly the mechanism of him. Not overt violence at first, not frenzy. Selection, testing, escalation disguised as routine. I asked her whether there had been anything else about him she remembered. She was quiet for a moment before answering. I had the feeling he was memorizing me. That phrase stayed with me in a way almost nothing else had. Memorizing me. Not just looking, not just assessing the room. Memorizing. My face, my size, my age, my manner. Whether I looked like someone who would fight, yell, call, freeze, explain, apologize, let him stay an extra minute. It was such an intimate, awful verb for what he was doing that I nearly asked her to repeat it just to make sure I had heard correctly. Instead, I stood there in my kitchen with one hand pressed flat to the counter and let the phrase attach itself to everything I already knew. He had looked past me into the cabin. He had asked if I was alone. He had returned. He had moved to the window. He had tested the weak latch. Of course, he had been memorizing. Then she mentioned the smell. I had not prompted her. That matters to me. I didn't say first,
Did he smell strange? I didn't offer options. She brought it up herself while trying to explain why the memory had stayed so physical in her mind. His clothes smelled damp, she said, like they dried wrong, and sweat, and another small pause. Iron, maybe, something like that. I swallowed hard enough that she heard the shift in my breathing and asked if I was still there. Yes, I said. Same? Yes. That was the moment it locked into reality, in a way even the deputy's comments had not fully managed. Law enforcement can suggest a connection. A host can admit prior complaints. Reviews can hint. But another woman, calmly describing the same man's posture, language, smell, and method without needing me to supply it, that was different. That moved the threat from possibility into structure. He had done this before. Maybe not dozens of times, maybe not enough times to become locally famous in the way true danger sometimes does, but more than once. Enough to refine the approach. Enough to know the language of maintenance, ownership, property access. Enough to make his body seem routine until routine had already carried him too far into someone else's space. We talked for another 10 minutes after that, mostly about the practical aftermath. Whether she had reported it, she had. Whether anything came of it, not really. Whether the property management company took it seriously. In words, yes. In action, unclear. Fear had turned bureaucratic around both of us. Case numbers, calls, notes, concern.
Little clean procedures wrapping around something dirtier that none of the systems seemed fully built to hold. Before we hung up, she got quiet in a way that made me think she was about to say she was sorry or that she hoped I was okay. Instead, she asked, very gently, "Did he also want you to open the door, just for a second?" For a while after speaking to the woman from the other rental, I kept returning to one sentence the deputies had used that night, because it was the closest thing anyone in authority had offered as a shape for what happened. Maybe he was trying to rob the place. At the time, I understood why they said it. Law enforcement reaches first for the explanation that is both common and legally usable. Burglary, trespassing, attempted breaking and entering. Those are categories the system knows how to hold. They are ordinary crimes with ordinary paperwork attached to them. A man targets an isolated rental because it is easier to steal from than an occupied home in town. He tests a window. He runs when police arrive. End of story, at least on paper. But the farther I got from that night, the less burglary fit. Not in the emotional sense, in the structural one. If he had wanted property, almost nothing about his behavior made sense. He came to the door while I was clearly there. That alone should have been enough to strip the easy explanation away. My car was outside, the lights were on, he spoke to me directly. He knew the cabin was occupied and did not withdraw. A person interested primarily in theft would have every reason to prefer an empty place. He had all that dark around him, all that time, all those trees. If what he wanted was electronics, cash, whatever temporary valuables people leave in a rental, the smart move would have been to wait until the cabin was empty or test a different property. Instead, he initiated contact. Not once, twice. And he did not begin with force. That part mattered more than I understood at first. Burglary, at least in the ordinary imagination, starts with property. Windows, doors, access points.
entry, inventory, escape. What he did started with me, socially, verbally, physically. He made himself into a question before he made himself into a threat. He asked if I was alone. He came back and asked me to open the door just for a second. He asked for access, not property. That distinction sharpened the longer I sat with it. He did not stand on the porch and demand money. He did not ask whether anyone else was staying there because he was planning how much stuff he could carry. He did not try to lure me away from the cabin or create an urgent excuse tied to the building itself. Instead, he probed the edges of my willingness to admit him. He wanted to know what kind of refusal I had in me and how far it extended. Even the woman from the other rental had described the same thing.
He got farther inside, not because he forced himself in at once, but because he used the social doorway first. Maintenance, quick question, small interruption, a tone of routine. Then once he was in, he asked personal questions, stood looking around too long, and left only when she introduced another male presence into the story. That is not how a robber behaves, or if robbery is part of it, it is not the point. I replayed the details again from that angle and found the same answer every time. No backpack. That detail had nagged at me from the first conversation with police and only grew stranger with time. He did not come equipped like someone planning to haul anything off a property. No duffel, no visible tools for breaking in beyond whatever he may have used quietly on the window. No sign of urgency once he had the opportunity. Everything about him suggested patience instead of acquisition. And patience was the part I hated most. Not just his ability to wait outside the door after I refused him.
Not just the long silence that followed, which still felt worse in memory than if he had shouted or threatened me directly. It was the sense that he enjoyed the waiting, because the waiting itself was part of the control. The silence after I said I wasn't opening the door, the movement from the porch to the window without sound, the breath at the gap in the frame once the latch began to give. He wasn't acting like a man racing to get in before circumstances changed. He was acting like a man who had done some version of this before and understood the value of pressure. Pressure without noise. Pressure without obvious escalation. Pressure that keeps the victim uncertain long enough to do some of the work for him. That was when I began to think that burglary may have been less an explanation than an available excuse.
Not a lie, exactly. Law enforcement had not been trying to deceive me, but a category broad enough to stand in for darker possibilities that no one could comfortably name without evidence strong enough to survive in a report. If a man tries the window of an occupied cabin in the middle of the night, burglary is a clean thing to say. If a man pretends to belong to the property, asks whether a woman is alone, asks to be let in just for a second, shifts to the window when refused, and has apparently done some version of the same thing at other rentals, then the clean words start failing. The story becomes more embodied than that, more personal. And because it becomes more personal, it becomes more frightening. I never found language for it that felt fully safe to use. Maybe because naming the motive too explicitly makes the imagination harden around one interpretation and close itself off from others. Maybe because I did not want to admit how many possible intentions fit that shape once access to the occupant, rather than the property, became the point. Violence, certainly. Assault, maybe. Control, definitely. The violation begins before contact in cases like that. It begins in being selected, approached, studied, and made to participate in your own uncertainty. The worst thing he could have stolen from me was never going to be a laptop. That understanding changed how I looked at the broader map around what happened. Not just my night, the whole category of place. Temporary rentals, cabins, roadside guest houses, detached units behind larger homes. The short-term, underwatched geography of American travel, where people arrive tired, alone, and preconditioned to explain away discomfort because they only need the place to function for one night. I began imagining how many people would be easy targets in places like that. Women on road trips, travel nurses, divorced men traveling alone for work, a college student visiting family, a mother with one child asleep in the back room, a couple where one partner runs out for food, leaving the other inside with the door unlocked because the owner might stop by. What had frightened me initially as an individual experience widened into something almost logistical. The whole setup favored him. Rural property, weak locks, self-check-in, no staff on site, guests unfamiliar with the location and unlikely to have anyone nearby, owners far enough away to interpret complaints abstractly, platforms built to optimize convenience and trust at exactly the level needed for danger to mimic service. After that, my own habits changed in ways I did not like but could not honestly call irrational. I started double-checking my locks at home, not once but twice. I bought a cheap door wedge for travel, and then a better one a week later because the first seemed flimsy.
I kept my curtains closed at night more often, especially in the living room, where my windows faced the parking area below. Not because I thought he had followed me there in any direct sense, but because once you have watched a face appear where there should only be reflection, dark glass stops being neutral. I stopped posting anything about travel in real time. That shift surprised me, because I had never been careless online to begin with. I didn't announce hotel names or tag locations while still there. But the cabin incident made even harmless versions of visibility feel irresponsible. A picture of a roadside diner while still on the road, a story from a rental porch, a caption about one more night before home. Tiny breadcrumbs people leave all the time because most of the time nothing happens. Most of the time is not the point. The point is that some men learn to live in the gap between ordinary risk and acknowledged danger. They learn what people will dismiss, what owners will minimize, what reviews will soften, what police can file cleanly, what fear will make a person second guess. Once I understood that, the memory of the cabin rearranged again. The weak window mattered, the trees mattered, the host's negligence mattered. But underneath all of it was something simpler and more terrible. The entire approach had been built around me as an occupant, not the building as a target. That was the Chapter 5 twist of the story for me, though I did not think of it in those terms then. It was just the point at which the shape became undeniable. He was likely not trying to rob the cabin. He was trying to get close to whoever was inside it. And that changed which part of the night scared me most. For days I had told the story to myself in the language of barriers. The door, the lock, the chair under the handle, the window, the approaching patrol lights. The suspense had lived in whether he would get in, but by then, after the host, the reviews, the woman from the other rental, the old keys in the trees, and my own replay of every word he said at the door, I understood something colder. What scares me most is not that he wanted in. It's that he wanted me to let him in.
A few weeks passed before anything happened again. And in that gap, I made the mistake most people make when fear stops knocking every day. I began to confuse functioning with recovery. From the outside, my life had mostly resumed. I went to work. I answered emails. I stopped checking the locks every 20 minutes and got it down to something that looked less visibly obsessive. I slept better, not well, but better. The first week after the cabin, every sound in the building had seemed sharpened. Pipes, footsteps in the hall, the elevator door down the corridor, someone dragging a trash bag to the chute. All of it had arrived in my body as a possible beginning. By the third week, those reactions had dulled just enough for me to pretend I was stabilizing. That is not the same as being normal again. Normal would have been forgetting to close the blinds at dusk. Normal would have been falling asleep on the couch with the TV on and waking at 2 a.m. mildly annoyed at myself instead of instantly alert. Normal would have been posting a harmless photo from a coffee shop without first checking whether the street sign in the background gave away too much. I was functional, useful, social enough to pass, but underneath it, my thinking had changed shape in a way that felt permanent. I still noticed doorways first in unfamiliar places. I still checked host photos too carefully on every listing, even when I wasn't booking anything. I still heard the woman from the other rental in my head sometimes. The calmness in her voice when she said the worst part wasn't what he did. It was how normal he acted while deciding how far he could go. And I still thought about that line more than I wanted to admit. Just for a second. By then I had stopped expecting new information from the sheriff's office. They had not forgotten me exactly, but they had settled into the kind of follow-up that means your case is now part of a larger, slower machine. I had given my statement. They had the host's information, the report from the other rental, the details about the camp and the trees. I knew enough about how these things work to understand that unless the man was identified cleanly or caught doing something else in a way that tied back to me, I was unlikely to get the kind of resolution people imagine when they say they want justice. So the story had begun folding into the part of life reserved for unresolved things. Not gone, just stored. That was why the call hit as hard as it did. It came a little after midnight on a Tuesday. I remember the day because it had been painfully ordinary. Work was annoying in the normal, survivable way. I had picked up Thai takeout on the way home, eaten half of it standing at the kitchen counter, and left the rest in the fridge because I told myself I'd take it for lunch, and knew I probably wouldn't. I had done laundry, folded almost none of it, watched half of a show without really paying attention, texted a friend back about weekend plans. At some point, without making a ceremony out of it, I had started believing I might be moving into the phase where what happened at the cabin stayed behind me, unless I chose to go there mentally. Then my phone lit up on the nightstand. Unknown number. The brightness woke me before the vibration did. I was not asleep all the way, more drifting in that loose, shallow edge before sleep takes hold properly. So for a second I just stared at the glowing screen and the unfamiliar number beneath it, without understanding why my body had gone cold. The call rang out. I did not answer. That part at least was automatic. I almost never answer unknown numbers late at night, and after the cabin, I had become even less willing to do it. If it had been an emergency, I told myself, they would leave a voicemail. If it had been spam, it would be gone in a second. If it had been wrong number, same thing. The ringing stopped. The room went quiet again except for the soft fan noise from the vent and the distant mechanical hum of the building settling into late night. I picked up the phone, stared at the number, and waited for the voicemail notification that never came. Instead, about a minute later, a text appeared. At first, I only saw the preview, a single line lighting up the dark. I opened it. "You should have opened the door when I asked nicely." There are moments when fear feels physical in the most literal sense, as if the body forgets one necessary action while it rearranges around a threat. For me, it was breathing. Not metaphorically, not my breath caught in the way people write after the fact. I actually forgot how to inhale properly for several seconds. My chest pulled tight and stayed there while I stared at the screen, waiting for the sentence to become something else if I looked at it long enough. It didn't. The line was simple. That was what made it devastating. No gore, no overstatement, no attempt to sound theatrical or anonymous or deranged. It did not threaten me in a way that would have made it easier to dismiss as generic harassment. It confirmed something far worse: memory, tone, and intent. "The door. Asked nicely." Those were his terms. The line reached back into the exact shape of that night and touched it with unnerving precision. Not the event in general, not "you should have let me in," or some clumsy paraphrase a stranger might invent. The sentence was framed the way he had framed himself on the porch. Calm, patient, falsely reasonable, as if access had almost been a matter of manners. I sat up so fast, I pulled the blanket half off the bed and didn't notice. The room around me looked unchanged. Nightstand, lamp, a glass of water with dust on the rim because I hadn't touched it in 2 days. Shoes on the floor angled toward the door. My own bedroom, my own walls, my own safe, known life. And in the middle of all of it, my phone screen glowed with a message that made distance feel counterfeit. My first thought was not even a full thought, just a pulse of recognition so absolute it almost felt like smell. Him. Then the practical thinking came back all at once and chaotically, rushing into the vacuum behind the first shock. How did he get my number? That question arrived with enough force to sit almost beside the text itself in my mind. How? I scrolled up automatically, irrationally, as if there might be earlier messages from the same number that would explain it. There were none. Just the single line, time-stamped 1 minute after the missed call. I checked the number. Area code not local to me. That did not help. Numbers mean almost nothing now. They can be borrowed, routed, spoofed, ported. Any confidence I might once have had in a phone number as a traceable identity had been worn down by years of robocalls and scam attempts. Still, I looked at it as if my eyes could force it to reveal context. Nothing. My heartbeat had become so loud by then that I had to set the phone on the bed for a second just to keep my grip steady. I stood up and crossed to the window, then stopped halfway there because I did not want to stand silhouetted against the blinds with that sentence still fresh on my screen. So I stayed where I was, halfway between bed and window, listening. The whole apartment seemed to hold still around me. I could hear the refrigerator in the kitchen cycling on, a muffled thump
from somewhere in the building, probably a neighbor shifting furniture or closing a cabinet too hard.
A car passing outside, tires hissing faintly on the street. Normal sounds, all of them. But the text had changed their scale, made my own space feel briefly as vulnerable as the cabin had. I picked up the phone again, read it again. You should have opened the door when I asked nicely. No name, no explanation, no follow-up. The absence of more was somehow worse. It gave me too much room to think. Booking info leak. That was the first possibility that came in with any shape. The rental platform had my number. The host had my number, or access to it through the booking system in some form. If the host was careless enough, if records were printed, left visible, forwarded, stored badly, could it have leaked? Could someone connected to the property have seen it? Could the wrong man have had access at some point, before or after my stay? Police paperwork. I hated that possibility immediately and irrationally, not because I believed any deputy had handed my number to a predator, but because once a number enters reports, systems, notes, follow-ups, it stops feeling singularly yours. It becomes data attached to an incident, reachable through human error if nothing else, host negligence. That one stayed near the surface because it fit too much of what had already happened. A man who minimized complaints, a property with poor security, a system of temporary guests and vague prior warnings. Even if he had not directly caused the contact, I could imagine him creating conditions where information moved more loosely than it should. Random number spoofing, technically possible. Someone who never knew my number at all could have crafted a message designed to resemble the cabin experience closely enough to unnerve me. But that explanation collapsed the moment I held it against the exact phrasing. It required coincidence of tone so specific that coincidence no longer felt honest. None of the possibilities were good. That was the problem. Not one of them restored the world to a shape I could trust. Whether the number came through negligence, paperwork, data exposure, or some path I would never identify, the result was the same. Something from that night had crossed the distance into my real life. I thought about calling the number back and knew instantly that I wouldn't. Not because I was scared of hearing his voice, though I was. Not even because the call itself might validate him in some ugly way. I didn't call because the text had already accomplished what it wanted to accomplish. It had moved the threat from memory into the present. Anything after that would be bonus. I took screenshots immediately, then emailed them to myself, then to a folder I had already made for the cabin. That mechanical sequence helped a little. Action is not the same as calm, but it gives the body somewhere to put panic for a few seconds. Then I drafted a message to the sheriff's office contact I had saved and erased it. Drafted another. Erased that too. Midnight reporting felt simultaneously too urgent and too thin. What exactly would I say in a message? A number I don't know texted me something that proves this is still alive. True, but not official enough. So instead, I sat on the edge of the bed with the phone in both hands and let the realization settle into its worst form. Up until that moment, even with the bone fragment in my refrigerator, and the other woman's account, and the vanished review, and the host's evasions, the cabin had still retained the shape of a place where something happened. A geographic incident, one bad property, one bad night, one man in the dark on one piece of land. The text destroyed that framing in one line. The story was no longer only about what happened at that cabin. It was about what could still reach me now. The next morning, I behaved the way people behave when they realize fear has found a route into their ordinary life. I started changing things, not because I believed any single change would fix it. By then, I understood too well that safety is rarely restored by one clean action. But action still has its uses. It gives panic a direction. It lets your hands participate in the fantasy that a problem can be reduced if you are thorough enough. So I was thorough. I changed my phone number first. That turned out to be more annoying than dramatic, which somehow made the whole thing feel worse. There was no moment of cleansing, no cinematic severing of a line back to him. Just customer service menus, account verification, carrier prompts, a mildly bored support rep asking whether I was getting spam or harassment, and me saying harassment in a level voice while standing in my kitchen with the coffee going cold beside me.
Then came passwords. Email, banking, social media, work logins, shopping accounts, travel apps, cloud storage, messaging platforms. Anything tied to my phone, my name, or my movement through the world. By the time I finished, it felt less like digital hygiene and more like trying to evacuate a building, one filing cabinet at a time. I turned on extra verification wherever I could. I checked recovery emails. I removed old devices. I logged out of sessions I didn't recognize, even though most of them were probably just me forgetting I had once signed into something on a tablet or a work computer months earlier. Then I went after the softer traces. Old posts, public photos, location tags I'd once thought were harmless because I posted them after the fact. Check-ins from restaurants, weekend trip pictures, a work event where the office address was visible on the sign behind me, a friend's birthday dinner where the name of the place was tagged in the corner.
I scrubbed them all with the thorough, joyless concentration of someone trying to clean blood from fabric before it dries. That may sound dramatic, but it is the only comparison that fits the feeling. I was not cleaning because I wanted order. I was cleaning because I had begun to see every tiny digital trace as a lit window in the woods. That was the image that kept returning to me. A lit window is not a crime. It is not an invitation. It is not even on its own a mistake. But in the wrong landscape, with the wrong person looking in from the dark, it becomes information, presence, habit, vulnerability made visible. That was how the internet began to feel. Not a social space, not even a practical one, a field of illuminated openings. After that, the boundaries of ordinary life started softening in ways I hated. Cars parked too long near my building began to catch my attention. Not every car, not every time. I am aware enough of my own mind to know when fear is trying to conscript coincidence. But the noticing became constant. A dark sedan idling across the street while someone waited for food delivery. A truck sitting in the visitor slot longer than seemed necessary. A man in a baseball cap looking down at his phone from the driver's seat with the engine off. Each one entered my attention first as a possibility, before it resolved into being nothing. That is the difficult part to explain to people who have not lived through this kind of fear. The world does not become full of obvious threats. It becomes full of variables. Footsteps slowing near my door.
A voice in the hall that stops just outside the wrong apartment. Someone trying a knob down the corridor because they're on the phone and distracted.
Harmless men in parking lots, elevators, check-in lines, hotel lobbies, none of whom do anything objectively wrong, all of whom now move through your nervous system carrying a question mark. Maybe some of it was trauma distortion. I know that. I said it to myself often enough that the phrase lost all comfort. Trauma distortion, hypervigilance, nervous system overgeneralization. These are accurate terms. They are also, in practice, descriptions of a life shrinking in ways that feel humiliating even when you understand the mechanics of it. Maybe some of it was distortion. Maybe not. That uncertainty was what kept the fear alive. Because I received no further direct messages, no second text, no repeated calls from the unknown number, no escalation dramatic enough to let me point to a clean line and say, there is the active threat. Instead, I got silence. And silence, I had already learned at the cabin, was one of his tools.
In the absence of more contact, every measure I took began to feel both rational and faintly excessive. I had changed the number, tightened the settings, cut down public traces. What now? Wait? Report the text and then wait more? Carry on and trust that no further signal meant safety rather than patience. The silence became pressure. That was the exact sensation of it. Not relief, not ambiguity in the abstract. Pressure. A held open space in which anything might happen or nothing might. And both possibilities required energy to endure. For almost 2 days, I debated whether to contact the sheriff's office about the text. The practical arguments against doing so were easy to list. The number could be spoofed. The sender could be untraceable. The text itself, while deeply disturbing, did not include a direct threat in language that the system likes to act upon quickly. Reporting it might change nothing.
Worse, it might pull me back into the machinery of follow-ups, statements, and clarifications without producing any result except fresh exhaustion. But the argument for reporting it was simpler. If I didn't, then I would be participating in the same soft minimization I had already learned to hate in the host and the reviews and every careful phrase that turned danger into weirdness. So I called. The deputy who called me back that afternoon sounded sympathetic in a way that was both genuine and limited. He took the number. He asked for screenshots. He told me to preserve the message, not respond, not engage if further contact came in, and to alert local police where I lived as well, so there would at least be a record closer to home. His tone was kind. His tools were small. That was the part I found most frightening, perhaps because it reflected reality with no attempt to flatter me. He was not dismissive. He did not tell me I was overreacting. He did not wave off the connection to the cabin. On the contrary, he sounded as though he understood exactly why the message mattered. And yet, his practical power over it was thin. Numbers can be routed. Texting apps exist. Records take time. Cross-jurisdiction coordination is slow. Intent is hard to prove. Unless something further happens. That final condition hovered behind nearly everything he said, even when he did not phrase it directly. Unless something further happens. Unless another contact. Unless a named suspect. Unless a pattern grows sharp enough that the system can grip it. When I hung up, I sat for a long time with my phone face down on the table. Not because I was devastated exactly, but because something in me had finally stopped waiting for a clean kind of justice. I realized then that there may never be a satisfying ending to this story in the official sense. No named suspect marched into court. No dramatic arrest tied neatly to the old reports. No confession. No revelation that he had done this exact thing 6 times before and left some perfect trail that made every doubt feel foolish in retrospect. Real life does not owe that kind of geometry to fear. Sometimes the scariest thing is not that the danger is invisible, it is that it remains partly visible and still cannot be fully held. After that, nighttime in my apartment changed in a way that had less to do with direct fear and more to do with analogy. The suburban lot outside my building began to resemble the cabin, in structure if not in scenery. Pools of light separated by dark gaps. Windows facing one another across distances small enough to seem safe and large enough to hide intention. People coming and going under partial visibility. Temporary knowledge. Temporary privacy. Even hotels changed for me. I used to think a chain hotel was a kind of neutral discomfort. Anonymous, mediocre, forgettable. Now I found myself evaluating them the way I had once evaluated rural rentals. Doors facing interior hall or exterior walkway. How visible from the desk? How well lit? How exposed is the room window to the lot? Is the side entrance propped? Are there cameras I can actually see? Most of all, I began checking host profile photos before every future booking, even for work travel, even when the place was urban, even when I ended up choosing hotels instead. Not because I believed a profile picture could protect me, but because once you have learned how easily a stranger can borrow the language of belonging, you start studying every official face for the shape of the lie behind it. I stopped checking the listing for a while after the text, not because I had made peace with anything, more because I had reached the point where I understood there are only so many ways to reopen a wound before the act itself becomes a habit. For a few weeks, I made a deliberate effort not to look. I kept my focus on the manageable parts of life. Work, groceries, emails, sleep when I could get it. The slow, humiliating retraining of my body not to spike every time a man's voice appeared unexpectedly in a hallway or parking lot. I still thought about the cabin, of course, but I tried not to feed it with fresh images. Then, one evening, almost by accident, I looked again. I wish I could say there was a reason, some official follow-up, some message from law enforcement, some practical purpose that justified reopening that door. But the truth is uglier and smaller than that. I was booking a work trip. Just one night, in another state, nothing scenic, nothing remote, and I found myself on the same platform out of old habit before switching to hotel options. The interface looked the same. The filters, the maps, the soft little boxes promising privacy, charm, and easy check-in. And without fully deciding to, I typed in the county near the cabin. The listing was gone. For one brief second, I felt something close to relief. Not happiness, not justice, just the thin release of seeing absence where I had expected the ongoing insult of availability. I clicked around the map anyway, looking at nearby properties, checking old roads I now knew too well by shape if not by name. Nothing. I closed the app. 2 days later, I opened it again, and there it was. Not exactly as before,
That was the detail that made my stomach drop. The cabin had returned under a revised title and a slightly different host structure, the kind of change meant to suggest fresh management without requiring real accountability. The old name was gone. The new one leaned harder into rustic peace, emphasizing retreat, pines, privacy, and a newly refreshed interior. The profile picture for the host account was different too, not the older man in glasses from before.
This time, it was a generic logo with the name of a local-sounding management company.
Something neutral and reassuring, involving the words property, stay, or retreat. But the cabin was the same. I knew it before I even clicked. The shape of the porch, the angle of the roof line, the window, the same front-facing living room window with the same proportions, the same trim, the same dark square where his face had appeared at the glass. I opened the photo set and felt something inside me break in a slow, clean way. New paint on the siding, or at least fresher-looking paint. New exterior shots taken in softer light, a brighter throw blanket inside. Different staged mugs on the kitchen table. The bedroom lamp changed, the framing slightly improved. Whoever had redone the images understood presentation better than the last person. They had chosen wider angles, lighter editing, a more expensive-looking color palette. But the bones were identical. The pine-lined driveway remained.
That corridor of evenly spaced trunks still led the eye inward exactly the way it had before. Only now, the new photos tried to make it look elegant. Intentional landscaping, a private, wooded arrival. Somewhere between boutique escape and curated solitude. I stared at that image longer than any of the others because nothing about it had changed, except the spin placed over it. Same funnel, same silence, same problem. I don't know how long I sat there looking at the new listing, but long enough for the room around me to dim without me noticing. My apartment windows had gone dark enough to reflect me back at myself, and I was still in my kitchen chair with the laptop open, watching a place that should have been interrupted return to commerce as if the worst thing that had happened there was poor curb appeal. That was when the second kind of anger arrived. The first kind had been personal. It belonged to the host, the man, the lie at the door, the weak window latch, the body memory of that night. This was different. Colder, broader. I knew now with a certainty that felt almost ugly in its calmness that someone else would book it. Not eventually, soon. Someone tired and practical. Someone doing the same math I had done in a parking lot somewhere. Cheap, cozy, one night only. Looks fine. Better than a bad motel. Maybe a woman alone. Maybe a divorced father driving cross-state to pick up his kid. Maybe a travel nurse. Maybe a couple where one person would run out for food and leave the other in the cabin, with the lights on and the door locked, and no idea that the property had already developed a history people preferred to phrase as discomfort. The machinery of it was what sickened me most. The machine did not require malice from everyone inside it. That was part of what made it so durable. It only required enough people doing individually plausible things. A host minimizing complaints because rural rentals attract weird stories. A platform privileging polished presentation and documented violations over vague dread. Guests softening what happened because they do not want to sound unstable, dramatic, or legally exposed.
law enforcement working within usable categories, new management accounts replacing old ones, fresh paint, updated photos, and the place continues. I considered warning people publicly. Of course I did. The thought arrived almost immediately and with a kind of moral force that made everything else feel cowardly. Leave a review. Write exactly what happened. Say a man came to the door pretending to belong there. Say police found signs of forced tampering and a camp in the trees. Say enough to interrupt the spell of the listing before it worked on someone else. I opened a draft and started writing. Then I stopped. Not because the words were hard to find. They came too easily. The problem was everything attached to them once they existed in public. Legal threats, disbelief, platform moderation. The host or management company denying everything in clean professional language, while I sounded, by comparison, like an unverified traumatized stranger with a story too specific to be convenient. And beneath all of that, the fear I hated most in myself, looking unstable. I wish I were above that. I'm not. There is a special humiliation in trying to describe a danger that never fully completed itself. If he had gotten in, people know what to call that. If I had been physically harmed, there would be categories ready and waiting. But threat prevented at the threshold, supported by signs, patterns, other accounts, and one late-night text, real enough to alter a life, fuzzy enough to be publicly challenged, occupies a miserable middle ground. So I drafted the warning anyway. Then I edited it until it no longer sounded like me. Then I deleted it.
Then I drafted another version, more restrained, less emotional, heavier on verifiable detail, lighter on implication. I tried phrasing it as a caution about security, weak windows, poor communication, uncomfortable, unauthorized contact. It sounded bloodless and therefore safer. It also sounded too mild to justify the risk. I saved that version to my notes app. I posted nothing. A week later, I tried again in a different form, this time on a travel forum rather than the platform itself. I kept the property name out of it and described the experience more generally, hoping someone local might recognize the shape of it and fill in what I could not safely say. That post stayed up for a while and got a few replies, most of them sympathetic in the broad, useless way online sympathy tends to be. Then I deleted it too. I told myself I was protecting the integrity of the case. I told myself I was avoiding defamatory specifics while things remained unresolved. I told myself I did not owe strangers the public performance of my fear. All of that was partly true. It was also true that I was afraid. Afraid of being contacted again. Afraid of drawing attention from the wrong people. Afraid of saying the cabin name aloud in public space and having the whole system close ranks around polished language, while I stood there with screenshots and adrenaline and a story nobody wanted to inherit. That is where the moral discomfort really began. By remaining partly silent, what was I doing? Protecting myself? Preserving evidence? Avoiding legal nonsense? Or quietly enabling the next booking, because the burden of warning always falls hardest on the person already damaged by the thing that needs warning against? I hated how difficult that question became under capitalism's little forms. Listing photos, ratings, management replies, customer service language.
The system favors polished listings over unease every time. Unease is hard to verify.
Unease does not photograph well. Unease is easy to write off as nerves, bad fit, personal sensitivity, isolated misunderstanding. A professionally shot porch and a sentence about newly refreshed interiors will outperform fear almost every time, unless fear arrives with proof so explicit it cannot be translated downward into unfortunate guest experience. That is what finally made me understand the ugliest twist of the whole story. The place itself continued operating. The machine that enabled the danger survived untouched. Maybe the original host had stepped back. Maybe the management account was genuinely new. Maybe someone had spent a little money making the property seem more secure than it had been when I stayed there. But none of that reached the level of interruption that mattered. The listing was live. The windows were photographed. The driveway still looked beautiful. The booking calendar still opened when clicked. The property had absorbed what happened and continued. I sat there, staring at the screen until the page timed out and asked if I was still browsing. Yes, I thought. That was the whole problem. Everyone is still browsing. Someone else would turn off the highway someday soon, believing the hard part of their trip was over. Someone else would see the pines and think secluded instead of screened. Someone else would trust the easy grammar of apps and self-check-in and high enough ratings. Someone else would enter a cabin, newly lit for photos, and not yet know which details belonged to ordinary age and which belonged to use. And all the while, the larger machine would continue to interpret continuation as evidence that continuation was justified. I closed the laptop and sat in the dark kitchen for a long time afterward without turning on another light. By then, I understood something I had not understood even at the motel, even after the text, even after the other woman's call. Fear does not need a monster to keep going. It only needs business as usual. Months later, I traveled again, because eventually, life demands proof that it still has authority over your fear. It was not a dramatic trip. No scenic drive, no family emergency, no reckless attempt to reclaim anything. Just work. One overnight stay in another state for meetings that could probably have been emails but weren't, because people still like sitting under bad conference room lighting, pretending that physical presence means commitment. Under normal circumstances, I would have found the whole thing mildly annoying and forgettable. After the cabin, it felt like a test I had not agreed to take. I put it off as long as I could. I looked at train schedules first, even though they made no sense for the route. I checked whether I could do the drive there and back in one day, even though I knew that was a stupid idea and exactly the kind of exhausted decision I used to pride myself on not making. In the end, practicality won in the most disappointing possible way. I booked a room near the office park where the meetings were. Chose a chain hotel with an interior hallway, a staffed desk, decent lighting in the parking lot, and too many reviews complaining about mediocre breakfast. The kind of place no one would call charming. That was the point. No rentals, no cabins, no detached guest houses, no retreats, no rustic escapes, no private wooded hideaways. The language alone had started to feel hostile. I wanted carpeting, bad art bolted to the walls, cameras above the side entrance, and a bored front desk clerk who would have to see anyone coming through the lobby at midnight.
I booked the room and still felt my stomach tighten when the confirmation email arrived. That part never really went away. Not the fear exactly, but the body's refusal to treat travel as neutral. Even packing had changed. I noticed it the night before the trip while laying clothes out on the bed.
I used to pack around convenience.
What I'd want first upon arrival, what I could leave wrinkled, which shoes took up the least room. Now I packed around contingency. Shoes I could move in quickly, charger within reach, not buried, phone battery full before I left the apartment, door wedge in the side pocket of my bag, small flashlight, though I hated that I owned one now for reasons that had nothing to do with camping or power outages. By then, I had started to understand that trauma often disguises itself as efficiency. It calls itself preparedness, sensible routine, experience. The motions become easier over time, and because they become easier, they start looking less like fear from the outside. But inside the body, the reason remains the same. You place the objects where they need to be because at some level, you still believe you might wake needing to move before you are ready. The drive itself was fine. Daylight, traffic, rest stops, officers and gas stations, and all the banal infrastructure that used to bore me and now felt reassuring simply because it was shared. I checked into the hotel just after 6. The lobby smelled like lemon cleaner and stale coffee. A television mounted in the corner was running a local news broadcast with subtitles slightly out of sync. 2 men in polos stood near the desk talking too loudly about sales numbers. A woman with a little girl was wrestling luggage toward the elevator while the child dragged a stuffed rabbit by one ear. It was perfect, in exactly the opposite way the cabin had been. Nothing about it was beautiful. Nothing about it was pretending to remove me from the world. The carpet in the hallway had an ugly geometric pattern designed to hide wear. The room art was a print of a city skyline that could have been any city, anywhere. The air conditioning unit made a faint rattle if I set it below a certain temperature.
Down in the parking lot, a fast food bag fluttered against the curb until somebody finally stepped on it without noticing. The whole place gave off the comforting message that too many people had already passed through for any one person to own the atmosphere. Still, when I got to my room, the old habits rose up without asking permission. Door checked twice. Not once because the lock engaged. Twice because twice had become the number that made my shoulders lower a fraction. The deadbolt, then the swing latch. Then the door again after I put my bag down, because touching it twice seemed to confirm more than seeing it once. There was no chair that fit cleanly under the handle, but I still looked. That was when I noticed how ritualized the fear had become. I was no longer deciding to do these things each time. My body simply moved through the sequence as if the room arrived incomplete without it. Shoes by the bed, openings facing toward me, Phone charging on the near side of the nightstand, keys next to it, wallet not left in the jacket pocket. Curtains closed immediately, then opened slightly, then closed again after I checked the view and regretted it. I checked the windows too, even though I was on the 4th floor. That embarrassed me a little. Not enough to stop, obviously, but enough to make me stand there with my fingers on the latch and hear the absurdity of it in my own head. No one was climbing up 4 stories of generic hotel siding to pressure the seal on a standard issue window. No one was moving silently along a ledge. And still I checked, because windows were no longer just windows. They were categories, weak points.
surfaces that divided watching from being watched. The room itself was ordinary to the point of insult. Bedspread too stiff, bathroom mirror slightly warped at the edges, a plastic-wrapped paper cup beside the sink,
one of those informational cards on the desk, reminding guests not to leave valuables visible in their vehicles.
I unpacked only what I needed, ordered takeout to the lobby rather than risk opening the door directly to a delivery driver at the room, ate half of it while answering work emails, then spent the rest of the evening preparing for meetings I had no emotional interest in. From the outside, I probably looked normal. A little tense, maybe, tired, but normal. That was the part I think a lot of people misunderstand about the long afterlife of fear. It does not always make you dramatic. Often it makes you highly organized, efficient, harder to surprise, harder to soothe maybe, but easier to mistake for composed. I moved through the evening like someone with a system, because that was exactly what I had become, a person whose body trusted systems of preparation more than feelings of safety. Around 10:30 I showered, short, fast.
Bathroom door unlocked, because it was a hotel, not a cabin, but the old awareness still shadowed the act. I kept the curtain gap angled toward the room without consciously meaning to. I listened for the outer door while the water ran. When I got out, I dried off quickly and checked my phone before I had even put on a t-shirt, as if danger would always choose the 7 minutes I was least presentable to arrive. Nothing. Just work emails. A message from a friend about the weekend. An app notification I swiped away without reading. I got into bed and turned on the television low. Not because I wanted to watch it, but because silence in an unfamiliar room no longer felt neutral. The TV gave the air something to bump against. It filled the corners with a layer of disposable sound. A travel show, then sports highlights, then local news again. I barely registered any of it. My attention stayed fixed on the room as a whole. Door, window, hallway sound leaking under the frame, elevators somewhere down the corridor, plumbing from the room above. At some point, I switched the TV off and lay in the dark, with only the bathroom light on, just enough to flatten the room into soft edges. I was not asleep when I heard it. A knock, light, distant, not even necessarily at my door. That was the worst part. If someone had pounded on my actual door, at least the threat would have had a location, a point of contact, a shape to answer or refuse. But this was only a small knock somewhere in the hallway outside, a room or two away maybe, or farther down. Just a quick pattern of sound in hotel acoustics, softened by carpet and walls and distance, until it could belong to anyone. My whole body locked anyway, instantly, completely. I lay there with my breath arrested, the blanket pulled halfway over me, and listened so hard that the room around the sound seemed to disappear. My pulse climbed into my throat with humiliating speed. I knew, even in the middle of reacting, that this was not rational in the narrow sense. Hotels contain knocks, ice machines, room service, guests forgetting key cards, drunk people at the wrong door, late arrivals, housekeeping errors. The entire architecture of temporary lodging is full of harmless contact. My body did not care. Every generic hotel sound merged with memory. A voice in the hall became a voice through wood. A rolling suitcase became something dragged lightly across an exterior wall. The air unit clicking on sounded for 1 second like a pressure shift in an old window frame. A shadow passing under the door, probably just someone walking by,
flattened me with alertness so complete it felt ancient. I did not move, not because I was in immediate danger, because fear had rewritten stillness into a strategy. The knock did not repeat, or if it did, it happened too far away for me to know whether it was connected to the first.
I stayed frozen long enough that my shoulders began to ache from the tension of holding them in place. My eyes kept returning to the door, then to the thin band of shadow beneath it, then to the curtain line by the sealed fourth-floor window. Nothing happened. That should have been the end of it. But once the body remembers, the absence of threat is not the same thing as release. I stayed like that for several more minutes, listening to the hotel cycle through its ordinary nocturnal language. Someone laughed near the elevator. Water moved through pipes. A door shut softly down the hall. Somewhere outside in the lot below, a car alarm chirped once when somebody locked their vehicle. Each sound belonged to this place. Each sound also belonged partly to the cabin now, because fear had annexed categories I could not fully reclaim. I realized then, in the dark of that room, that I no longer needed the woods to feel trapped. That was the final turn of the screw. The pines, the cabin, the isolated driveway, those had once seemed like the scenery of the danger. But months later, in a well-lit chain hotel on the fourth floor above a parking lot and an office park, the same feeling could still find me through one uncertain knock in a hallway full of strangers. The landscape had changed, the structure of the fear had not. I did sleep eventually in that hotel room, but not deeply. The kind of sleep I got on trips after the cabin was more like a negotiated truce than rest. My body would go down in stages, reluctantly, leaving parts of itself listening long after consciousness had thinned out. I would wake at small sounds and then hate myself for waking. Drift again. Surface again. Every room with a lock had become a room with conditions. The next day went by in the dull, fluorescent way work travel always does. Conference room coffee, polite conversation with people pretending not to be tired. Lunch ordered in cardboard boxes with names written on them in thick marker. A long discussion about timelines and deliverables that should have made me think about nothing but spreadsheets and calendars. And for most of the day, that was true. I functioned. I took notes. I answered when spoken to. If anyone noticed that I startled a little too visibly when someone knocked on the conference room door during a budget review, they were decent enough not to mention it. By evening, I was wrung out. In that particular way that comes from acting normal for too many consecutive hours. I ate alone at a place across from the hotel, came back with leftovers in a paper bag, and let myself into the room with the key card pressed too carefully to the lock, because even those small gestures had started carrying more meaning than they used to. Once inside, I did my now automatic sequence again. Door shut, deadbolt, swing latch, shoes placed near the bed, phone on charger, curtains checked. That was the thing I noticed about myself most clearly on that trip. Not fear, exactly. Maintenance. I maintained a set of precautions the way some people maintain skincare or a morning workout. Repetition had smoothed them into routine. If anyone had asked, I could have explained each one in practical terms. It was the accumulation that told the real story. Later that night, after I had changed into a t-shirt and turned off the television, I got up to pour myself water from the bathroom sink because the paper cups by the ice bucket tasted faintly of cardboard and bleach. The room was mostly dark,
except for the bathroom light spilling out in a soft yellow rectangle. It made the hotel room look theatrical in the wrong way. Bed in shadow, dresser edges faintly defined, the heavy curtain over the window turning into one solid dark wall. On my way back from the sink, I crossed near that dark window and caught movement in the glass.
I stopped so fast, the water in the cup sloshed over my hand. For one clean, unforgiving second, I thought someone was standing outside the window. Not a full figure, not enough for certainty, just the impression of a shape too close to the glass. Tall enough and still enough that my body recognized it before my mind could correct the angle. My heart hit hard once, violently, as if trying to slam open its own door. Then I understood what I was seeing. Myself. Or rather, my own movement caught at the wrong moment in reflection. My shoulder, the pale blur of my face, the dark vertical line of the curtain edge, breaking the image in a way that made it seem separate from me. The room behind me had reflected into the glass and distorted just enough to manufacture a person where there was only my own shape. I stood there, breathing too hard, the cup cold in my hand, and waited for the shame to follow the fear. It came, but not fully. Months earlier, I might have laughed at myself and moved on. Now the false scare left residue. It proved too neatly how little the body required to relive the old pattern. Dark glass, partial reflection, the suggestion of someone close outside. That was enough. I carried the water back to bed and set it down untouched. For a while, I just sat there with the blanket around my waist, staring not at the window itself, but at the region of the room that contained it. The bathroom light still burned. In its reflection, my face floated faintly in the glass now, unthreatening but not comforting either. Reflections at night had changed for me in a way I did not know how to reverse. They were no longer simple proofs of absence. They were negotiations between interior and exterior, known and guessed, me and what might be standing beyond the reach of light. Eventually, I got up and turned the bathroom light off. That helped and made it worse at the same time. The room darkened into softer, more uniform shadow. But now the window no longer reflected the bright cut of the bathroom doorway. Instead, it held only the vague gray outline of the room itself and the weaker amber wash of a parking lot light outside. I checked the latch one more time and went back to bed. I must have drifted because the next thing I remember is the tiny sound. Not a knock, not even at first a sound I could confidently assign to the window, just a small pressure click from the direction of the glass. If a fingernail tapped once against a pane and then stopped, or if the seal of an older window shifted under the slightest push, it might sound like that. Barely enough to wake a person who wasn't already sleeping like prey. To me, it arrived instantly, surgically, with all the force of a louder noise because my body had been waiting for exactly that category of sound ever since the cabin. I did not sit up right away. That was how I knew I had changed. Before, I might have rushed toward the source, hungry for certainty, eager to prove to myself that fear was exaggerated. After the cabin, and especially after the text, I understood the danger of giving every noise your immediate movement. So I stayed where I was and listened. My heart was pounding hard enough that I had to open my mouth slightly just to keep my breathing from becoming the loudest sound in the room. Nothing. Then,
after a few seconds that stretched very wide, something like it again. A tiny tap or pressure sound near the seam. I looked toward the window without moving anything else. From the bed I could make out only the heavy rectangle of curtain and the faint vertical gap where the two halves didn't fully meet. Beyond that, the weak streetlight outside made the glass itself unreadable, black in some parts, silver in others. I waited longer. No voice, no clear knock, no movement I could swear to.
Just the room, the dark, the air conditioning unit's low mechanical hum, and that new, terrible awareness I had been given months earlier, that the smallest sounds matter most when they are attached to access points. I reached slowly for my phone on the nightstand, not because I was ready to call anyone, but because I wanted the shape of it in my hand. Solid, charged, reachable. The screen stayed dark. I did not want its light in the room yet. Another second passed. Maybe 10. Maybe 40. Time became liquid again, thick and distorted by attention. Then I got out of bed, slowly. I kept my feet silent on the carpet and stayed several steps back from the window at first, letting my eyes adjust to the dark. Nothing in the room moved except me. No shadow broke the thin line of exterior glow. No silhouette leaned against the glass. I told myself it could be the building settling. Pressure shift, a branch somewhere outside. The air conditioning cycling strangely. Any one of 100 harmless causes. I also knew that harmless causes and meaningful ones make the same noise until they don't. When I finally approached the curtain, I did not throw it open. That was another change. Curiosity no longer outranked caution. I used 2 fingers to pinch the edge of the fabric and pull it aside no more than an inch. At first I saw nothing but my own dim room reflected back at me. The bed behind me, the dark dresser, the faint pale oval of my face hovering ghost-like in the glass. Streetlight glow bled upward from the parking lot, just enough to make the outside impossible to read clearly, too much light to see pure black, too little to see detail. The exact kind of unreadability that invites the mind to complete whatever shape would frighten it most. I held still and let my eyes work. No face, no person, no obvious movement. Just the lot below, blurred by angle and glass. A silver sedan parked under a light, the edge of a shrub bed, the yellow-white wash of the building's exterior fixtures, turning everything beyond them flatter and less trustworthy. I nearly let the curtain fall. Then I saw the mark. Low on the outside of the glass, not at eye level, but near where a hand might naturally rest if someone had leaned in or tested the pane, there was a smear. Not dramatic, not a perfect handprint the way movies like to gift their terror, just a partial streak, dirtier at one end, with the faint, branching suggestion of finger contact, dragged or pressed, and then released. Dark enough to stand out once noticed, easy to miss if you weren't looking for exactly that kind of trace. I froze. The room behind me seemed to recede. I looked harder, angling my head slightly to separate reflection from surface. The mark stayed. It sat on the exterior side of the glass, or appeared to. The distinction mattered and did not matter at the same time. Outside or inside, old or new, mine or someone else's. The point was,
that it had become visible only after I had heard the pressure click at the seam. I tried to make it innocent. Maintenance cleaning badly, some residue left from whoever washed the windows last. My own touch from earlier, though that made no sense because I hadn't touched that part of the exterior and knew it. A child's hand from some previous guest. Dirt blown up in rain, anything. The problem was not that any one explanation failed. The problem was that uncertainty itself had become weapon enough. Because maybe it was old. Maybe it had been there when I checked in and I had missed it. Maybe the sound that woke me had come from nothing more sinister than the building shifting in the cool night air. Maybe the mark had nothing to do with me at all. And maybe that was exactly why it worked. A sure threat can at least be named. A maybe threat colonizes thought.
I leaned slightly closer. Not enough to put my face near the glass, just enough to see the smear more clearly. It looked greasy in one angle, powder dry in another. There might have been faint, parallel lines in it where fingertips had dragged. Or that could have been the reflection of the room bending through imperfections in the pane. My own face hovered over it, pale and strange, making the whole image feel layered and wrong, my features floating above a possible touch from outside, both held in one cold surface. For a brief instant, with my face reflected there, I understood how someone else might have seen me through glass and felt the same ugly thrill of near access. That thought made me let go of the curtain immediately. The fabric slipped back into place. I stood in the dark with my hand still half raised and did not open the blinds any farther. If you ask me now what stayed with me from that night, most people would probably expect the answer to be one of the obvious things. The hatchet, the skull, the text message, the eye at the window. Those are the kinds of details a story trains people to hold on to because they photograph well in the mind. They give fear a shape, bone in the leaves, a tool left near the porch, a sentence on a glowing screen after midnight. They are concrete enough to repeat back to someone else later, and because they are concrete, they create the comforting illusion that the horror lived in those objects. It didn't. What stayed was the waiting. That was the part that changed something permanent. The waiting at the door after I said no. The waiting for footsteps that never came. The waiting for the host to reply. The waiting in my apartment after the text. The waiting in hotel rooms when some harmless sound in the hallway carries too much memory inside it. The waiting at the edge of dark glass to see whether what you thought you saw resolves into nothing or someone. He never had to break all the way in to do damage. That is the thing I understand now better than I did then. We like to imagine that harm begins at the point of entry, at the broken lock, the forced window, the hand on the body, the thing that can be pointed to in a report and circled in red and named clearly enough for other people to nod and say yes, that was the moment. But some damage starts earlier than that. Sometimes it starts the first time a stranger borrows the language of belonging and uses it to test how much access your good manners will give him. Sometimes it starts in the silence after refusal, when you realize another person is still out there deciding what shape to take next. Sometimes it starts when you understand that the wall between you and danger is not as solid as you thought, and that the real threshold was never the door. It was your behavior. That is what he altered. Not in some poetic way. Not in a way I would ever call a lesson.
because I hate that language when people use it to polish trauma into something useful. I mean, he altered the mechanics of how I move through the world. I think in sight lines now. That's one of the clearest changes. When I enter a room, I don't only notice whether it feels nice or clean or quiet. I register angles, what the window sees, what the hallway hides, whether someone outside could stand close to the glass without being visible from where I'm sitting, which parts of the room are exposed if I turn on a lamp after dark, where the parking lot lights hit and where they don't. I track exits automatically. Hotels, offices, restaurants, friends' houses I've visited 10 times. If there's a back door, I know roughly where it is. If there's a dead corner in the hallway, I notice it. If my seat faces the wrong direction in a coffee shop, I'm aware of that too.
Not panicked, just calibrated. The body has a way of pretending its adaptations are mere preferences if you live with them long enough. I never assume a stranger at a rental door belongs there. That one sounds almost obvious when stated plainly, but it is heavier than it appears. Entire industries function because we are trained to accept tiny, unscheduled intrusions from people who seem administratively connected to the place we've paid to occupy. Maintenance, property manager, housekeeping, owner, security. It is socially expensive to challenge someone who arrives wearing the right tone. I didn't understand before how much danger can hide inside that social expense. Now I do. And I no longer believe a lock means privacy. A lock means friction. A lock means delay. A lock means another layer between you and whatever wants to cross into your space. But privacy, that old, comfortable idea that if a door is shut, then your life behind it is briefly yours alone, feels less true than it used to. Windows exist, lies exist, digital traces exist, weak points exist, silence exists. A person does not need to fully enter your life to prove that the boundary is negotiable. Sometimes all it takes is one deliberate test in the right place to ruin the innocence of every later barrier. That is what stayed. Not the certainty of his return, the certainty of my own altered behavior. I used to think survival meant the danger had to end. Now I think sometimes survival is just the less visible half of contamination. Months have passed as I write this, enough that people around me would probably say I'm okay. They would not be wrong, exactly. I function, I work, I travel when I have to. I laugh at normal things. I forget for stretches of time, especially in daylight, especially when life crowds in hard enough to demand attention. There are even nights now when I sleep all the way through and wake up ashamed of how grateful I feel for something as basic as unconsciousness. But there are other nights when the room becomes too aware of itself, nights when an ordinary sound arrives in exactly the wrong rhythm and all the old circuitry wakes at once, nights when the dark window across from the bed looks less like glass than a waiting surface. Tonight is one of those. I am home. That matters less than it used to. The apartment is quiet in the ordinary urban way. Air unit breathing softly, plumbing somewhere in the building making small, settling noises, a car passing now and then outside, the occasional distant laugh from the street below, that rises and thins before it reaches my floor. Nothing out of place, nothing dramatic. The kind of background every person in every city learns to sleep through. My phone is on the nightstand. The blinds are closed, but not perfectly. There's always a narrow failure somewhere in the fabric or alignment, some small line through which the outside light can turn the room into a weak reflection of itself. I have thought about replacing them more than once. I haven't. I don't know whether that is resilience or fatigue, or just the practical recognition that if I redesigned every part of my life around not being watched, the redesign itself would become another form of being ruled. A little after midnight, the phone lights up. No ringtone, no vibration loud enough to matter, just a sudden rectangle of cold light against the dark wood of the nightstand, bright enough to pull my eyes there instantly. Blocked call. I stare at it. The room gets smaller. For a second, I can hear my own pulse so clearly it seems to erase the quieter sounds around it. The screen glows. The call holds. I do not move toward it. I do not touch it. I do not even lean closer. I just lie there and let the phone ring without sound, while the light fills the room with a weak, electric version of panic. Then it stops. No voicemail, no text. The light disappears and leaves the dark thicker for having interrupted it. I keep staring at the phone anyway. There are a dozen reasonable explanations, the same kind of explanations I have learned to keep alive because otherwise, all fear hardens into superstition. A blocked number could be automated, wrong number, spam routing, a medical office calling from an unlisted line at a ridiculous hour by mistake, some system error, some harmless stupidity. The world still produces endless nonsense around us, and most of it is not personal. But what fear teaches you is not that every signal means danger. It teaches you that enough of them don't need to. I turn the phone face down without checking for missed call details. That is another thing he changed. I do not rush toward proof anymore. I leave the blinds as they are. I do not go to the window. I do not part the slat or the fabric or the curtain edge to perform the old ritual of verifying the outside. That might sound like recovery from a certain angle, but it isn't. It's strategy now. Restraint. I understand too well what looking can cost. Looking is participation. Looking is movement. Looking is a way of agreeing that the thing outside, real or imagined, gets to choreograph your body. So I stay still. Then, from somewhere in the building, not necessarily my door, not even necessarily this floor, I hear 3 calm knocks. Evenly spaced, measured, not loud. The sound is soft enough that if I were a different person, I might dismiss it as someone knocking on a neighbor's unit, somebody at the wrong apartment, a late visitor, drunk confusion, a television in another room, plumbing hitting in sequence, any one of the dozens of harmless explanations that keep a city habitable. But the spacing is exact. That is what enters me first. Not loudness, not direction. Pattern. 3 calm knocks. I do not answer. I do not even sit up. I lie there in the dark with my eyes open and my breathing controlled as carefully as if breath itself were visible. The whole apartment feels suspended around me, not because anything is actively happening, but because memory has its own architecture now. The walls are still mine. The bed is still mine. The lock on the door is still engaged. And yet none of those facts reach the place where the fear now lives. Because the final horror is not his return. It is that he no longer has to return physically to remain inside my life. He lives in the changed route of my attention, in the pause before I answer unknown numbers, in the double check of locks, the glance at glass, the way I place my shoes, the way I measure a room for weak points before I admit to myself that I've measured it. He lives in the way a blocked call can hollow out an entire evening without ever proving itself connected to him. He lives in the gap between what I can verify and what my body already knows how to fear. That is why I say the waiting was what stayed. Because waiting is how fear occupies time without needing evidence. Waiting for the next sound, waiting for the next message, waiting for footsteps that do or do not stop outside the door, waiting for the old panic to either embarrass itself by being wrong again or justify itself in some irreversible way. I never saw him again, at least not in any way I could prove. No face at my apartment window, no second verified text from a number I could trace, no knock at my actual door with his voice behind it, no arrest photo slid across a table by a detective with tired eyes saying, "Is this him?" No neat end to the story. And maybe that is why it lasts, because unresolved fear does not die cleanly. It diffuses. It enters habit. It borrows your own body as storage. The room is quiet now. The blocked call did not return. The knocks, if they were real and not some other harmless sound translated through my memory, did not repeat. A car passes below and throws a brief wash of moving light against the edge of the blinds. Then, darkness settles back. I do not move. I lie in bed, staring at the narrow edge where the curtain fails to meet the wall, waiting, without wanting to admit I'm waiting. And for one shameful second, I imagine an eye appearing in that gap, the way it once appeared in the cabin window. Already there, calm, close enough to prove that distance never meant what I thought it did. I used to think surviving meant getting away from the place where it happened. Now I know better. Some doors only fail once. After that, it's you that stays open.